advanced cargo handling system, allowing it to operate with a crew half the size of similar cargo-carrying aircraft.
Megan, check that out. I love watching some of our Altus friends there here at the Tinker Air Show. Truly one of our most unique assets there. One of those mighty machines. Not only that you can see and you can get up close and personal with, you can actually walk through that C-17 here at the Tinker Air Show, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, and I love that there are other bases, so Vance and Enid, and then Altus Air Force Base down in Altus taking part here in the air show. Very, very special. Joining us right now, we have Sergeant Christina Lopez, and we are so excited to have you with us here. This is not just an Air Force show. We have all assets from all different branches of the military out here, and we're really happy to have our sister services represented. So Sergeant Lopez, thanks for stopping by. I've got a few questions for you here.
Of course, of course. So tell us a little bit about all the different ways there are for people to serve with the Army in 25 and how many different career fields that you guys have in the Army.
So the cool thing about the Army is that we offer over 150
Hi,
jobs. And as the years go by, we add, we take away, but
Sergeant
we're always
Lopez,
over
thanks
the
for stopping by.
150 area. One of the many ways that you can
I
serve
did
in the
not
Army,
make that
obviously,
video.
is
There
one
we
of the
go.
MOSs that we present, but also doing special duty missions like recruiting, drill sergeant, instructors, things like that. It's a lot of fun. I love it. Yeah.
When you say MOS, what does that mean?
MOS is the actual job that you sign up to the Army for.
Okay.
So the job that we basically seal in your contract.
So if I come visit Staff Sergeant Lopez as a potential recruit to the Army, and I'm like, Staff Sergeant Lopez, I'm a YouTuber and I want to be on TV for the Army, what are you going to tell me?
Surprisingly enough, we do have content creation in the
There we
Army
go.
now. We have content creation, we have MOSs like public affairs, we have videographers, photographers, so we definitely have something up everybody's alley for sure.
Yeah, that is amazing, and really something for so many different skill sets. Talk a little bit about enlisting in the Air Force and maybe how that differs from enlisting in the Army. Also, what is basic training like?
Basic training, I mean, it's different for everyone, right? I can't speak on all the other branches just because I serve in the Army, but at least what basic training was like for me, obviously there's a part in basic training where it's extremely challenging, mostly mental. But once you kind of accept the fact that you're there, you did it to yourself, you're the one that decided to join, you start to really enjoy it. It's the way I tell everyone, it's honestly like a huge team building camp. People screaming. That's it.
It's just really loud summer camp.
Yeah, it's just literally, I'm going to start saying it that way. Yes, it's
A really good summer camp.
But it's fun. I loved it.
How does somebody find an Army recruiter? Like, what are those initial first steps?
So we have like publications everywhere, right? We have ads, we have billboards, we have QR codes everywhere, but if there isn't that in your area, it's as simple as Googling goarmy.com or talking to a recruiter for whatever branch. That's what I did. I knew nothing about the military before I joined. You Google the number of an office, they'll contact you with a recruiter and we'll kind of take it from there.
Awesome. And let's talk a little bit about, we've got a lot of folks at home, maybe some that are interested in joining. I'm sure they've heard a lot of misconceptions.
Yes.
What are the ones that you hear the most often, maybe that drive you crazy and that you would like to kind of debunk here?
The biggest one is I'm never going to see my family again. And they think that we sleep in the uniform, only wear the uniform, so on and so forth, especially the younger generation. They always ask, like, well, when am I going to see my family again? And it's like, at the end of the day, you'll literally see them whenever you want. So I would say that's the biggest misconception, is that you're signing up for a term to completely leave your family. But what they don't know is that we're actually very much so exposed to our families. We bring our families with us. Like my mom, she has been to every base that I've been to. She's always coming to all the events and everything. So they're very much so involved, just like we are.
Yeah. What about the commitment? What does that look like?
The commitment really just depends on your job. Some jobs have training that are longer than other, right? So if you pick a job, for example, like the medical field, you'll be in training anywhere to 12 weeks to a year, right? So the term that you sign up is really based off of the job that you pick. But it's anywhere from 3 years to 6 years. And trust me, it goes by like that.
It does.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's a lot of people that want to stay in after that minimum, right? They love it so much, the community, the stability, their job.
So that was actually me. I was only supposed to sign up for 1 term, and then I ended up loving it. And I was like, okay, I'll do 1 more, and then 1 more, and then now I'm on my 3rd one. So.
Staff Sergeant Lopez, that's how they get you. I'm telling you.
Literally.
I decided that I was only going to do 4 years, and then after 4 years, I was like, this is really
Look
fun.
at this
Maybe
plane,
I'll do
guys.
4, and then here I am 20 years later.
No,
So.
it's fun. They pay you, and it's honestly amazing. I love it. I do.
How many different bases have you been to? Well, posts, I guess you guys call them in the Army.
So I've actually been to 4 different ones, but stationed I've only been to South Korea and then Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. But when we go to different schoolings for promotion and stuff, the Army exposes you to different installations. So I've been to quite a few.
We got South Korea. Where were you at in Korea?
Camp Humphreys.
Yes. Okay, so let's go with Korea. One of the coolest places I've ever been. I tell everybody if I could have brought my children with me to South Korea, I would have stayed there for like 4 years.
If I could have brought my family with me, my mom, my little brother.
You know, I have friends in the Air Force, and for so many of them, the big draw was the opportunity to travel and go places that they never would have been able to go if they just had a normal job.
Yep.
The best shopping, the best Mexican food I've ever had.
How's everybody doing?
Megan, you would love it.
You would.
I'm pretty sure this started because I went back.
Top notch.
Yes, I do know that. I do know that.
Yeah,
Korean
yeah.
No joke.
Just tell us a little bit about why you decided to join the Army. We talk about the travel, we talk about all these different benefits. What was it to you that kind of drew you to the Army?
Honestly, my biggest motivator in life has always been my mom. I grew up with a single mom. I always saw her take risks to provide for us. And so we were kind of faced in a time of adversity during the time that I joined, and I was like, you know what? I need to find something to help. Thankfully, a couple years later, we were able to overcome what it is that, you know, was kind of holding us back in that situation.
How's everybody doing this
the world everywhere, which
today,
is
this
like
afternoon?
The biggest, like, all moment, because I saw my mom risk so much to give me and my brothers so much. And also for travel, I was bored. I worked at Texas Roadhouse.
Yep.
Serving tables, making the same amount of money every week. I was going to community college, and I didn't really see myself going in any direction. And then a Google ad got me. 8 years later, here we are. So, yeah.
I love that. And thank you so much for your service. Give your mom a shout out.
Yes, Mom, I love you. She's actually watching right now. She's out of Dallas, Texas. Hi, Mom.
I know she's so proud of you.
Yes.
That's awesome. Thanks so much.
Don't be afraid to check, guys.
Yes.
And thanks so much for joining us. Dan and Megan are going to be back shortly with another special guest as we take it back to the Air Boss here in the skies.
Nice.
Easy to operate in any tactical situation.
Make sure your notifications are on, guys. I need to get water.
This aircraft can fly any world non-stop using its air-to-air refueling capability. Air Force personnel routinely fly 24-hour missions with a single crew. The most basic crew complement required to operate a C-17, 2 pilots and 1 loadmaster. And because we're Americans and we don't like using the metric system, it weighs the equivalent of 1.5 blue whales. So right now they're going to go form up with that KC-135 we saw take off a little bit ago, and they're going to come back across the airfield and show us a mock refueling. They're not actually going to hook the jets together because they're way too low for that, but you're going to get an idea of what happens and what allows American airmen to be a global power. The KC-135, which will be refueling the C-17, It's been around since the 1960s. It's based off the Boeing 707 airframe, same as the E3 Century and the E6 Mercury across the ramp over there. If you look directly out in front of Show Center, you'll see that KC-135 with the C-17 slowly catching up. They have to match airspeed. The crews are in constant communication with one another. There is a boomer in the back of that KC-135.
If you're new here, don't forget to subscribe, comment, and like.
With its own control system out of the back of that aircraft. Now they turn in to start their mock refueling run. Both of these aircraft coming to us from Altus Air Force Base, 97th Mobility Wing in Altus Air Force Base, Oklahoma. Coming in from your left, in the lead, the KC-135 Strato Tanker. Tucked up underneath in the refueling position, the Altus Air Force Base C-17 demonstration team.
Here at the Tinker Air Show, day 2 rolling on here. Dan Hawkins, Mangle, delighted to be joined by the commander of the 507th Air Refueling Wing, Oklahoma, proud here. Matthew Gormley, sir, how are you?
Thank you for having me. What an absolutely wonderful day.
Yeah,
Airplanes everywhere.
Yeah,
Love it.
and we just saw some beautiful refueling capability in the air. I know you're loving that.
Seeing a 135 in the air is a masterclass of events. There's nothing like seeing a refueler refueling any jet. Doesn't matter whether it's Air Force, Navy, or any of the above. It is it's always a spectacle.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of, tell folks at home that are watching a little bit about some of those assets, especially the KC-135. You are the commander of the 507th Air Refueling Wing here at Tinker Air Force Base, responsible for 1,100 airmen, 8 aircraft, and providing worldwide in-air refueling. A little bit about that.
So the 507th Air Refueling Wing has been around since the early 70s. And we had fighters, and then we transitioned it into 135s in the mid-90s. We have about 10 jets, KC-135s, and it is the workhorse of the Air Force. The workhorse. It does, anytime you have operation anywhere over the globe, globally, the KC-135 is involved. It's the newest aircraft. The newest KC-135 is a 1965, if you can believe it.
Wow.
A 1965. So they've been around the block. Those engines are incredibly powerful, but the jets just keep going. In fact, the old adage is the last KC-135 pilot has not been born yet. I can't believe I'm saying that.
Oh, thank you for the hearts.
You know,
God bless
wrap your head
you.
around. That's pretty
Thank
cool.
you.
So let's kind of
Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, this just started. So,
everybody always thinks that there's just 1 or 2 paths, but in the Air Force, there's
Day 2. I don't know if there's
In
gonna be a
fact, mine's
day
taken a few
3.
turns that I never saw
They're
coming.
actually an hour.
I was raised in East Tennessee, Knoxville, Tennessee. Decided to go to the University of Alabama, so I lost a lot of friends over that.
Oh, I bet you did.
Went for about a year, and then I transferred to the Air Force Academy. And you start from scratch there. So I did 4 years there.
Thank you for the
Blessed to get a
hearts.
pilot slot, knew nothing about flying. I couldn't tell you the difference between a helicopter and a plane back then. Got through pilot training after about a
Thank
year,
you.
and I got a 135. And let me tell you, just as an aside,
Thank you,
it doesn't
thank you.
matter the plane.
Make sure your
or the job in the Air
notifications
Force,
are on,
everyone
so
is so proud of what they do.
you'll be
In
notified.
fact, I got a KC-135.
I thought I had
Best thing that ever
my
could have happened to me.
notifications
I
on for
absolutely
this.
love my career. I'm the old guys now. But I spent
Wow.
about 10 years active duty, and then I
Right
went to the
here,
Air Force
that's all that
Reserve. And
matters.
that's what the 507th Air Refueling Wing is. It's a reserve wing. So there's 11
Thank you for the
people that you
hearts.
mentioned. 75% of those are part-time.
Wow.
Right.
Wow.
So they're civilians, and they live in 28 different states. You can believe it. Yet, we're all Okies.
Heck yeah.
All Okies.
Heck yeah.
That's right. We're proud of that.
I love it.
But 26 years in the Air Force, and it's been an absolute blessing to be a member of the Air Force.
So you mentioned that any mission going on across the globe involves a KC-135. Talk a little bit about exactly what they do for folks that are not familiar, maybe what a mission looks like that they're helping out with.
You bet. So our pilots, the pilot has 2 pilots. Actually, the jet has 2 pilots and a boom operator. It's a 3 crew. They take off and they basically go meet wherever they're told to go meet another plane or a set of planes. In fact, we refueled the Thunderbirds the other day. When the
Very
Thunderbirds came in
cool.
here, we met them and brought them in.
Okay.
So in fact, there goes the KC-135 right there.
Beautiful shot.
Perfect
That's
timing.
an Altus jet. So that's an Altus KC-135. That's where we do all of our training for KC-135. All boom operators and pilots go to Altus.
Oh,
And they
thank you
train.
for
So
the
it's just right
hearts.
down the street. It's nice to have
Thank
that schoolhouse
you.
there. But the 135 is a flying gas station. That's what we do. And I'll let them know to use their hands. I'll
Thank you.
if you allow me. But so here's the tanker, and then what we do is we meet up with the other plane, and we kind of fly in formation, and that plane is right behind us. That boom operator in the 135 is on their belly, and they're looking at, and they're controlling it with joysticks. That's really what they're
Thank
doing.
you.
And that boom operator could be 18, 19 years old.
Oh, we're celebrating now.
In the air.
Thank you.
In the air. In our books, the first sentence in our book that tells us how to do our job is that air refueling
Enjoy your
is
guys'
inherently
coffee.
dangerous. However, let's just the public knows you have the most competent, most experienced Air Force in the world. And when we go up there, it's taken, every mission set is incredibly important, and we follow those rules, and it's inherently dangerous. We try to mitigate on every mission.
Make it look so easy.
I don't want to say that. They do. You're right, they do. But in fact, just recently we had those V2s. Air refueling was absolutely involved in that. They had to fly from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri all the way over and come back. That was only because of what our KC-135s provide. It's that gas station in the air.
Yeah, and you know, one of the big things here at the Tinker Air Show is STEM City, and we talked about it earlier on the broadcast a couple times, including with General Hawkins when he stopped by, but science, technology, engineering.
Absolutely.
And you have, obviously, citizen airmen who do this on a part-time basis. You talk about how important STEM is to what you do every day.
You bet. So STEM is one of those things throughout the United States, whether it's college or that's good picture. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. And so STEM is one of those things, whether it's a college, industry, or the Department of Defense. STEM is incredibly important. In fact, my daughter's starting school, and she's going to be a chemistry major. But it's a really important part of our trajectory as a nation. But in the 507th Air Refueling Wing, we have a lot of civilians that have jobs on the outside. And a lot of those civilians that are boom operators and pilots, that's what we do. Whether it's electrical engineers or physicists, we have it all. And it's incredibly important for us as a military, as a Department of Defense, as an Air Force Reserve, to have those minded folks. I'm not one of them, just for the record. I was a political science major. God did not make me to be a sharp mathematician or scientist, but we need those folks more and more than ever. It's incredibly important to our wing and our Department of Defense.
I lost the bubble in 5th grade math.
I'm right there with you.
Hey, can you talk a little bit about the reserves for folks that maybe that's not super clear to them? You mentioned part-time work. How does that work in the Air Force?
Absolutely. And I want to say one thing about Tinker before I get to the reserve. The only reason we can fly this jet, this 1965 model aircraft, is because of Tinker and the depot. The only reason that we're able to fly a jet that is that old, the engine, the fuselage, is because of what the Oklahoma City Air Logistics Center provides us, the complex provides us. No other country in the world has anything like it. So I just want to say that, to mention that, how important that is. But the reserve is a special, I knew nothing about it. It's very special, the Guard Reserve in particular. I'm a reservist, and again, a part-time reservist. I'm a civilian airline pilot on the side, and I come in here and do this. I get to put the uniform on and give back.
Is it on an as-needed basis?
Yes, I will say though that on the reserve side, training is just as important in the Guard Reserve as it is to our active duty counterparts. So my reservists, when they come in, they're as trained and as confident as our active duty counterparts, but they only come in maybe, depending on their job, 5 to 8 days a month. If you're a pilot or a boom operator, maybe a little more, or if it's that time of the year for our finance folks, maybe they come in at the end of the fiscal year because they have a lot to learn and do. But being a reservist is challenging because all these folks have civilian jobs. It's such an opportunity, and I would love to talk to the greater Tinker area, the Oklahoma City area. We have so many different jobs and professions that we would love to have them come take a look, whether it's doctors, dentists, civil engineers, firemen, police officers, pilots, and boom operators. We'd love to meet them and introduce them to the wing to be an Okie.
It sounds like
Very
the Air
proud.
Force Reserve is always hiring.
Good point. We are, and we have spots here, and we would love to meet you. We would love to have you come out and meet us, and just get a feel for what it is to be a reservist.
Well, I think what's also really cool about it is it's so flexible. I mean, you said 28 states, so I could live in Texas,
You bet.
or I could live in California and come out here and still serve my country in a meaningful way.
In fact, we have folks from Maine to Florida, Washington State to San Diego. We have got.
Oh, hi, Easy. It's nice seeing you.
Is because of this area, the Oklahoma City area.
I do
It
pray
is
you
the
enjoy your
community.
time
That is
here.
The reason these folks
This is the second
fly
day.
over many reserve guard bases, active duty bases to come here is because of the culture and the people.
Yeah, it's the
here
second
in the
day
Oklahoma City area. And
for
that
the
is what I'm so proud of as an Okie here at the
for the
507.
Tinker.
It is the culture that was created long before me and hopefully long after me.
Another beautiful shot from the second audio-visual
That is tough.
crew.
Tough.
Huh? That-
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Can you be
You can't. Look how tough that looks.
tough as the kids say, right?
That's exactly right. You're right. You're right. My son was trying to give me some good jargon. He was tough was one of those today.
Yeah.
Yeah. He said use tough a lot, Dad.
Yeah, that is tough. I don't know. I got nothing else after that.
Nice. That's great.
Great crowd on hand. How impressed have you been with the crowd?
Good question,
Here this
because,
weekend? So impressive.
Not want to.
And what this shows me and my family.
I
and
like the
rest of
ground.
city is it's a direct
The ground is my
correlation
best
to
friend.
that culture. It is.
The only way I'm
The
going up
culture, as
there
magnificent as
is
it
if I'm with
we're
somebody
happy
special,
to
okay?
be proud.
I'll do it for
We're
them.
welcome. We're proud of Tinker and what it does. The tens of thousands of people that come here every day in this building 3001. It's one of the largest buildings in the United States. And they come here to make sure that our aircraft.
You're
get
funny.
they get taken care of and they come out the other.
Oh,
and they
that's
get
a good
shipped
one
to the
though.
warfighter,
When
to
you
us.
fly.
And then we fly
I don't
them,
know.
And it's such a proud
When are we
thing
flying?
to be a part of. And I think the crowd is a direct correlation to how proud everyone in this area is. And it's so beautiful to be able to see downtown from here. What a beautiful
That is the
sight.
shot right there.
Showing all of the people that are here.
These planes are
And they're
so
all from all
nice.
this area, and it's because of how much respect they have for this base and what we do here. So, I couldn't be happier. You can tell. I could not be happier to be here in our wing in the Air Force.
You are, in essence, now a native Oklahoman.
I will never be so presumptuous to say that I am one of you guys, but I am proud to have lived here the last few years. My family's proud. My daughter has our best friends now live here in the Oklahoma City area.
He's really
She went to
high.
Oklahoma City, Oklahoma State this past summer and the summer before. So we're a part of the community.
Well,
We're
you
proud of
guys
that.
were going in
I
Las
was born and
Vegas.
raised here in Tinker. It truly is such a source of pride for our community. You know, you're driving to work, you're driving to school, and there's aircraft, and here comes the AWACS. You know, you're sticking your head out the window. What is that? Or we have an F-16 that's, you know, flying overhead and doing some training. It truly is. It makes you so proud.
Thank you
to be
guys for
Oklahoma, to be
joining.
American. You know, Oklahoma, we love our military, and we truly
And don't be
love
afraid to
Tinker
chat.
and the impact that it has.
And if
on
you
the
are
community,
new,
the
please
source of pride that it
subscribe,
is for
comment,
us.
like,
Yes, I
share.
know you love the KC-135, but tell me maybe off the refueling and heavy side, what do you love about these fast moves? You see some history right there in the air.
So the respect that I have for those, we call them pointy nose aircraft, those fighter types, it's a whole nother level. I personally, when I was in pilot train, I wanted one of the big jets. I've always loved watching them, and I wanted to be a part of that mission set. But the respect that I have, knowing how much it takes to maintain your career in the cockpit, the fighter pilots and what they go through, and their maintainers, what they go through, and the flight doctors, all the effort that it takes to maintain a fighter wing is something extraordinary. It is. It's a little different than the bigger aircraft, the heavy world's what we call it. But the folks that I know in that world, the reservists and the active duty, again, they're another just amazing. It's an amazing environment to be in. It's a different environment. But everyone, as I said, everyone has their place in the Air Force. And whatever jet you do or fly or whatever job you have, it's the best job in the world. And because the people you sit next to, it's those folks that you work with, folks like yourself that are out here.
Please stay
This is what
safe
drives people
wherever,
to do the best job they can every
whatever
day.
you do
Martha,
today.
can you talk a little bit about the heavy
stay hydrated
community
if it's too hot.
and the feeling of flying that aircraft, and what is that like?
So just like any job, I was watching your folks here in the background, the cameramen, the folks that are doing their job to make this happen. You're in awe. You know, you don't want to touch anything because you're afraid you're going to break it. Please don't ask me to help. I will, but you know, if I touch it, yeah. It's the same thing in the jet. Once you train enough, it really becomes second nature for a lot of our folks. But
Ooh, I don't know
one
about
thing I
that.
say as a commander, complacency. We don't have any room for it. And that's what our folks work every day to maintain that professionalism in the cockpit, to make sure that they know how the rules change.
God
They
bless
change a
our
lot, just
troops,
like in any job.
guys, and our
So that,
veteran.
that work ethic, the professionalism that it takes
Oh,
to
all those
maintain
brave
the
men and
slightest detail
women.
has to be maintained
And the
in the
four-legged
cockpit, or
canines.
things that happen. Different things could
People
happen in
always
the cockpit,
forget
and
about
that's
those
what we train
four-legged
for.
canines.
So you're kind of asking,
They're
you're
serving
asking how
too.
it feels. What we train for is potentially the
God bless them all.
different could
I
happen.
pray
Meaning
He
the
keeps them
emergency.
safe.
When another plane's right behind you and something goes wrong, you have to do something we call a breakaway. And in the plane, you don't say that word. I say that word because when you hear it, that means separate. So we say emergency separation in the plane. But when you hear the B word, the breakaway word, that means something different happened.
So you're in the middle of refueling. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And there are times where we'll actually, whatever plane is here has taken on so much fuel, they can't keep up with it. Sometimes pitch down like this. It's called a toboggan. So we're going kind of towards the ground as we're refueling. But if we hear that B word, you have to immediately separate and then get everything back to normal. And sometimes it's emergency. And that's what you're
Really?
training for. That's what makes this job so different. In that those emergencies can be anything from a small little light bulb that's out to something major, or there's a gear problem, something, or an engine problem. But that's what makes our airmen so special. That's what they train for every day, and that's what makes them the best in the world.
Can't deliver air power
Oh,
anytime,
boys.
anywhere without you guys. So we certainly appreciate all that you do. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for stopping by. Colonel Matthew Gormley, the commander of the 507th Air Refueling Wing. Tora, about ready to take to the skies. You see the act already underway. We're going to pitch it out now to the Air Boss.
Seven. yes, it's definitely amazing. Them telling us how it is to work there, their stories, the planes. It's all amazing. They did an amazing job. God bless our troops, easy, and our veterans, and our four-legged dogs, our canines. Oh, thank you. God bless you. If you're new here, comment, subscribe, comment, like, and share, please. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're so funny. I can't swim, that's what's funny about it. Oh, she can't fly? That's okay, she can swim. No, I cannot. Yusa can go swim. I will drown. It will be entertainment for everybody else, but not for me. It's like, then why did you come here to work? So I wanted to work with the dogs. I didn't think I was gonna swim or fly. Oh, God bless America. I can't do neither. I won't be up in the air. And the only time I would go up in the air is if I'm going on vacation and if I'm with somebody special. Good Lord knows who. And I can't swim, okay? I can't. But these planes do look nice when they're on the ground. Oh, I can walk. But you can't walk everywhere, you see. Sometimes you gotta get on that boat or that plane. I will do it for a good cause. But that person's holding me. Are we on the ground yet? No? No? We're not on the ground yet. This thing's taking forever. Thank you for coming, guys, tuning in. God bless you guys. A4. These planes are so small. Oh my goodness, look at all these people. But you're really funny, Easy. Yeah, God bless you. They ain't gonna put down bombs, are they? Because they did that yesterday. How dare you, woman, drop my drink. There's a wing there, sir. There's a wing there. Yep. You kind of hit the wing. Are you okay? You are not going to drive that after hitting that. Make sure all your marbles are there. That just seems like a really tight area. I don't know about that. And then she gets into the... Ooh, that is gonna be too cramped. Did you even buckle up, girl? Put your seatbelt on, okay? You're gonna go out the plane.
South America.
It's a nice plane though. I like how it's blue. Blue plane. Yes, please subscribe, comment, like, and share. Thank you. Wait, you guys are gonna fly?
So we're gonna have a short delay here. She'll get that pop back in, and we'll be off in no time. Sorry for the delay, but oh dear.
He's not waiting for nobody.
Now we have a problem.
I'm out.
Sorry, folks. We're gonna have more than a short delay.
What are you doing?
You guys ready to one? No. That's a pyro,
You are giving me a panic attack how you're flying that thing. Yes, it's a very nice plane. Yes, it is easy. I thought she had to fix the back of the plane.
Yeah, it's descending fast. Oh, dear me. But you know, you'll get over there and security forces will take
Dear
care of it.
you. Look how he's flying the thing.
Because that's a restricted area he's going to now. This is not aerobatics, though. This is what we call accidental enthusiasm.
Yep.
He's in ground school, he's in flight school, and he's about to get to the earth. There you go, back into the power window, back up the smart versus flow.
Yes, it's definitely like a toy, but this toy, once you crash, is not good.
I heard he tried to start his own flight school.
Wait, what?
It never really took off. I feel like my jokes here are a lot like Ben. They're just not landing.
No, they are not. They're
He
cheap.
learned everything he knows about flying from YouTube. And everything he doesn't know, well, you're seeing that.
Yes, I think so too. They're nice planes. Oh, I like the ones that you can put in the water. Those ones are nice.
If you hear a loud cluck and see a wingtip fall off, don't worry. He's just removing unnecessary drag.
We got this under control, people. Don't panic.
Oh, poor Liz.
I told you not to panic.
Yeah, you can pedal it as fast as you want, and it's not going any faster. The Super Cub.
Your thing just came off. Are you
He
serious?
doesn't know what the rudder does, but
I got
he's very
this.
passionate about it, and I respect that.
I'm a professional. Ah.
This Cub is rated for short takeoffs and landings, and
Oh, okay, easy. I got this. Are we on the ground yet? Can we just go back to the ground? Oh my goodness, it is so high up here.
It's so cool to watch him here at the Tinker. Joining us now.
Ooh, it is so high up here.
These guys, Mad Men as well.
I mean, it all depends on the vibes, really, Megan. And joining us now, two
Oh, the
cadets
things
from the
we
Wings
do
of
for our
Blue
country.
Parachute
God
team from the
bless.
U.S. Air Force Academy, cadets Jack Breest and Luke Childs. Thank you
Are
for
these the
coming
pilots?
to jumps today.
Thank you for having us. It's been a pleasure.
So we all watched you jump yesterday, and of course today was so cool.
I
to see that.
am.
Tell us a little bit about the Wings of Blue.
So the Wings of
Welcome.
Blue was founded in 1963. It's
Listen, I'm all for a good time.
Some cadets are renegade skydivers.
But when it comes
They
to
went out Boulder,
the
Colorado,
air,
and
the
decided
sky,
to use reserve parachutes
it's
because they
beautiful
didn't
from this
have
distance.
The tools and the resources
I don't need to get any
to
closer to
have
it.
Their parachutes, and they just started jumping. And one day, the commandant
These are the
called them into their office.
pilots,
like, hey,
right?
why are
Pilots?
you guys doing this? Like, got into a bunch of trouble, and that basically brought about.
I thought he had to fix the
Wings of
wing.
Blue, and it's been a legacy
They
ever
must have
since.
fixed it.
So,
Cadets making
Thank you
trouble.
for the hearts.
And turning into a sanctioned event. I love that.
If you're new here, subscribe, comment, like, and share, please.
Team as well, is that
yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Tell us
Thank
a
you,
little bit
boys.
about what that is all about.
Thank
So,
you, guys.
part of the competition team, the Wings of Blue.
This is day 2
divided, or I
of
wouldn't say
the,
divided, but made up
the
of
show.
the demonstration team and the competition team. So as a demonstration
Why is it
team,
called
we obviously
Tinker
go
Air I don't
to air
know.
shows nationally and internationally, but the competition team, they're made up of
Reminds me of
four-ways
Tinkerbell.
and free flyers, and what they do is they compete at these civilian drop zones.
That's
in
just what
either
the name they
four-way
picked.
competition,
There's
free
always
fly
a good reason.
competition. That we've introduced is crew, which is canopy relative work. So
You're
they'll
making
do
me
competitions where they'll basically dock canopies onto each other and then rotate from the
Why
top
is
to the
it-
bottom, which is very impressive. It's a lot of fun and a lot of work as well.
So impressive.
Yeah.
So you all mentioned, of course, you're at the Air Force Academy. Talk a little bit about that, how that is different than just attending a regular college and what that process looks like.
Yes, ma'am. So, I mean, we're all cadets firsthand. Being a part of the Wings of Blue is just a club, essentially, is what we're on. And so we have a very typical class schedule if we were to be going to a civilian university. And so
It is named after Tinker Air Force Base, which is turned its name into honor of
some of our class periods be skydiving.
Major General Clarence L. Tinker. That's why they named it that, the Tinker Air Show. It is in honor of Clarence Tinker, L. Tinker.
You guys have now
Well,
under your belt.
now I have
He is the Major
Bro, an expert.
General
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I have 714.
of the Air Force.
So when you guys like called back home and told your parents like, and not only are you going to the Air Force Academy, but you're going to join this club. Where
That's
you're
why
jumping
it's
out of
called
airplanes.
Tinker
What
Air
was
Show,
the
boys.
No, I
It's
think they were
in
they
honor.
want to support me in whichever way they can. I was
I don't even know who
recruited
this
to
is.
the Air Force Academy as a baseball player.
His name is
Things
Clarence
really worked
L.
out for with baseball, and they decided to
Tinker.
join Wings of Blue, and they're like, hey, if that's what you
Or
want
General
to do,
Tinker.
go do it, and we'll back you.
He was the
100%
highest
away and
ranking
support you no
Native,
matter what.
Native
So,
American officer in the U.S. military. God bless him.
Is this something that is now passed on to new cadets?
Oh, he died. He was killed during combat
hopefully it does
mission
continue. We
against
have the option, because
Wake
we were part of
Island
Wings of Blue, to come back
in
if we were
1942.
pilots
The
and
base
be
was
on
named in his
staff
honor
and
in
go on these
1942.
demos, support the cadets that are on the
This
Wings
was
of
during
Blue.
World War
But,
II.
one of the
So
things
that's
is
why they
both of
named
us
it,
got
named the
pilot
show.
jobs, so we're
They
gonna
named
be
it after him,
graduating and then going
in
on to
honors of
pilot
him.
training. So
That
once
was
we
so
do
sweet
that,
of them.
if there's an opportunity to come back and do this, I will for sure be skydiving. Even though
God
I'm
bless
going to be
you.
a pilot, and even though if I don't come back to Wings of Blue, so.
That's very cool, and it probably makes
There,
it
boys.
makes
Now you know.
pilot training a little bit
bless you.
easier when you have to do ejection seat and all of that egress and survival training. You already got the jumps under your belt, so somebody
Thank
that's
you,
never done
Google.
a perfectly good airplane, you're like, oh,
I don't think I've ever
for
used
me.
Bing.
Luke, talk
You know, I
a
used to
little
call
bit
it
about
Bing.
Where you're from and why you did join
Bing?
the Air Force Academy.
Yeah, no, it's
I'm from
Bing.
San Antonio, Texas. I grew up there pretty much my entire
That's what I
life.
meant.
Actually, both my parents were Academy grads from '94, and
Thank
so
you,
that was kind
Google.
of one of the big reasons why I wanted to join the Air Force.
Oh, you boys are
Because
funny.
of opportunities that they were provided from coming to the academy, and so I kind of wanted that for myself.
Clarence
and so that's how I
L.
kind of ended up
Tinker,
here.
or General Tinker.
And what about you, real quick, Jack?
So I'm from Parker, Colorado, roughly 40 minutes away from Colorado Springs and the Air Force Academy. I've grown up going to Air Force football games, and I think I wasn't looking to go to the academy very much when I was very young.
Yep.
But once I started to get
I'm sorry,
that big
Easy.
bomb,
Yeah,
started to get
bang.
recruited,
It's called
I
Bing, like
put
you
that
said.
back up, and here I am.
But I've always said bang.
Amazing. Congratulations to both of you on your amazing accomplishments. Stay safe on your
Wait.
next jump today. And
Did they just drop bombs again?
Nice.
You guys need to quit doing that.
Tour. Tinker 2025.
Or at least like light bombs.
For a flight of B-17s.
That is a really nice
The
plane.
B-17s arrive, and like America itself, find it in a war that had not yet been declared.
That's a
The
nice
attack was from the
plane.
Japanese aircraft carriers Akagi.
They're
of
Japanese
Japan,
aircraft
Toru,
carriers.
Soru, and the two new carriers, the Shokuku and the Suikuku. The plan was
Thank you
simple:
for the hearts.
destroy the Pacific Fleet.
Oh, you're funny
The
too,
race was
Em.
over 2 horrific and gruesome hours. Yes, you have a front row seat in the Pacific Theater as the story of the attack on Pearl Harbor unfolds in front of you. When the first bombs began to fall, pilots all over the island jumped into action. At Wheeler Field, Lieutenant Philip Rasmussen woke to the sound of bombs, jumping out of bed, strapping on a 45 caliber pistol. over
Yes,
his
it's
purple
definitely
pants,
nice,
and
Easy.
ran to a working Curtiss P-36 Hawk. Just like the P-36 Hawk you see right here front and center, green airplane, yellow spinner.
I like how they have the older planes that are still around. I like how they have them in museums. They won't use them because they're history.
The Japanese
History-
Zeros and
historical.
Bells bombed the exposed
The
airplane.
history of it.
Most of them were on fire
Or they
and
make
destroyed,
replicas
except
of
for
it
a
and
couple
put it
of
into
P-36
museums.
Hawks.
I think that's amazing.
Rasmussen was joined by 4 more P-36 pilots.
It's like you're there,
Lewis
you know, and you get to
Sanders,
actually see it.
Barry Brown, Gordon Sterling, and Malcolm Mike Moore. The
Oh my
Japanese
goodness, I thought they were about to crash. They were way too close.
Valves and cakes.
Way too
The number
close.
of enemy aircraft were
Boys, don't do that. You almost give me a heart attack.
Meanwhile, elsewhere on the island, Kenneth Taylor and George Welch were just returning from an all-night dinner, dance, and poker party. These brave pilots, still in their formal dress clothes, raced to a couple of B-40 Warhawks, got them fueled and armed, and took off. They quickly found themselves in the middle of a real battle. These two pilots caught up with the Japanese close to Pearl Harbor and Hickam Field and engaged the Zeros, valves, and gates with
Thank
rounds
you for the
from their
hearts.
30
God bless
caliber
you.
machine guns. However, they quickly ran out of
It means a
ammunition.
lot that you guys
Luckily,
tune
they were
in.
able to
Thank
land
you.
at Wheeler Field near the center of the island. They refueled, reloaded with 30 and
Thank you.
50 caliber ammo, and took off once again to fight the Japanese. The two pilots are credited with downing a group of 6 Japanese warplanes before their own planes were disabled. Both pilots
Oh, that's a nice
received
plane.
distinguished service
Okay, why are you
cross
making these
for their
planes so
actions
bright
in
colored?
USA. A total of 502 U.S. planes were on the ground at the beginning of this attack. Sadly, 188 were totally destroyed, 159 damaged, and just 155 of our aircraft lay on the ground in various stages of disrepair.
The first wave of 180 Japanese
Thank you for
Zeros,
the
valves,
hearts.
and gates hammered Hawaii for almost an hour.
So this is a Japanese plane?
Wave of an additional 171 aircraft to continue the strafing, bombing, and dropping of torpedoes for yet another 70 minutes. That's a total of
You guys are brave because I would not be doing this, okay?
warplanes. As the attack proceeded at Pearl Harbor,
I like to
Hickam
push
Field,
buttons.
the death horrifying. On the eastern edge of Ford Island, in the center of the harbor, 9 battleships lay at berth.
Woo! Celebration, guys!
Oklahoma, West Virginia, Tennessee, Maryland,
We were celebrating.
Pennsylvania, Utah, and the Arizona. Luckily at the time, our 3 Pacific aircraft carriers were out at sea. First, the Japanese hit with K torpedo bombers. The initial wave of Kates hit 5 of our battleships: the Oklahoma, California, Nevada, West Virginia, and Utah. These Kates were specially equipped with shallow-running torpedoes.
Really?
Designed for the attack on Pearl Harbor. You see, the shallow waters at Pearl Harbor would not allow the use of normal deep-running torpedoes, which
Yeah.
leaves no question that this was a well thought out plan and not a surprise attack.
What are you talking about? It was surprise. Pearl Harbor? They didn't even tell us that they were coming. Have you not watched the Pearl Harbor movie? Unless that was our entertainment.
Made for 16-inch battleship guns, but converted to air.
Thank you for the hearts.
These planes dived down on the Nevada and Arizona. Anti-aircraft fire veered the valves away from
Oh yes, the view from the plane is amazing. I do agree with that, yes, but
a bomb from a Cape torpedo
the view from the ground is nicer.
forward magazines and exploded.
Oh guys. You know, if I was in a plane, I couldn't be near the window. No.
Watched in horror.
You're getting the window.
20 feet up in the air and broke into two pieces, forever entrapping 1,178 American servicemen in an underwater tomb. The ship sank in less than 3 minutes.
Am I talking? I'll be on his lap all the
She
time.
remains at the Pearl
All
Harbor
through the
in
plane
a
ride.
watery grave, crying black tears as a reminder to all of those who lost their lives that infamous day.
That is honestly sad
At Marine
too.
Corps Air Station
A lot of
Ewell,
good
Private
men
First Class Melvin Thompson was on guard duty when 9 Zeros attacked the base. He stepped out of his guard shack, he drew his .45 caliber pistol and began firing on the enemy planes. A Japanese pilot, Yoshio Shiga, saw Thompson firing back at them. Years later, Shiga remembered Thompson's tenacity and fighting spirit, describing the lone Marine as the bravest American I've ever seen.
All over the island, soldiers were
Amen,
bringing their
amen.
weapons to bear in the fight. Anything they could get working. Their .45 caliber pistols are Springfield rifles. In some cases,
Welcome, guys.
to get 50 caliber belt-fed machine guns into action, bringing down numerous marauding Japanese Zebra's valves and gates. Meanwhile, at Bellows Airfield on the northeast coast of the island, more U.S. Army pilots were racing to their P-40s. Unfortunately, Japanese Zeros appeared at the same time and started strafing runs. One P-40 pilot was killed as he stepped into his cockpit. Two other P-40s were shot down just as they got off the ground.
Wow, they didn't even get
So right here
off.
front center,
Oh, they got off the
Japanese
ground
Zero.
and then they were shot. That's
Being
sad.
chased by our American P-36 Hawk. The
That's a
5
Hawk?
to 12 B-17s coming from the mainland finally arrived and were immediately attacked by the Zeros. Unfortunately, in all the confusion, the B-17s were shot at by friend and foe. The frightened crews landed wherever they could, one of them in a pineapple field not far from Hickam Field. A B-17 pilot, Major Landon, trying to land, said, "What a hell of a way to enter a war. Out of gas, unarmed, and no place to land." Amazingly, 8 of those B-17s actually made it to Hickam Field. At the conclusion of the surprise Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, more than half of America's
That was
entire
a
naval fleet
horrible war.
had been destroyed or damaged. Nearly 2,400 Americans were killed, over 1,200 wounded, and at the time, 960 people were missing. 188 aircraft were destroyed, 159
Do they ever find those missing ones?
155 of our aircraft were left on the ground. 2 battleships were destroyed, 3 light cruisers, 3 destroyers, and a total of 6 battleships were damaged. Our greatest naval base lay in ruins, along with our complacency. The following day, December 8, 1941, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt announced our entry into World War II with these words to Congress, the citizens of the United States, and the world.
You know, boys. Thank you for tuning in, guys.
The American people in their righteous might
Cutie.
In the 44 months of fighting that followed, the United States sank every one of the Japanese aircraft carriers, battleships, and cruisers of the Pearl Harbor Task Force. Nagasaki, the city where the special armor-busting bombs were made, was destroyed by a U.S. atomic bomb on August 9th of 1945. And later, when the Japanese surrender document was signed on September 2nd, among the U.S. warships present in Tokyo Bay was our own battleship, the West Virginia. Would you please bow your head and join me in a moment of silence in memory of all those who lost their lives that infamous day.
We do not mean to glorify war by this demonstration. We simply honor a time when our nation was strong and united, patriotic. And the 3.5 years after this attack, we, the people of the United States, grew stronger by putting 16 million men in uniform, built 100,000 fighter aircraft, 98,000 bombers, 24,000 transport planes, 58,000 trains, and over 100,000 other floating ships from battleships to submarines. The United States of America's dedication led to the surrender not only of Japan, but Nazi Germany as well, giving peace and freedom to the entire world. We do this in appreciation of that dedication, determination, and effort, and extend our appreciation to the men and women fighting for our freedom today.
Whatever you guys are gonna do today, please be safe. Stay hydrated if it's hot, stay dry if it's wet. And if you are new here, please subscribe, comment, and like, and share, please. And thank you guys so much for the hearts. I do pray you're enjoying your time here.
Ben West,
You guys are
Caleb
always
West,
welcome
his
here.
son, his sister Martha West Bosworth, Mitchie Ryan, Jim Poole, Mike Honeysett, Tim Wright, Jerry Hammond, Victoria Harrington, Carrie Dougherty, Sophie Say, and John Blevins. Let's give them a big round of applause.
They're out there at 5:15 every morning getting ready for the show. Now, coming over your left shoulder, let me introduce our pilots to you and get your cameras ready from your left.
Daniel Rathman from Midland, Texas, with Brady Orman.
Thank you for the hearts. God bless you.
Indiana, in his backseat.
Miles
Thank
Turner
you.
from Fort Worth with Ethan Green from San Antonio.
And our K313 is Taylor Stevenson from Dallas, Texas, with Andrew Strahan from San Antonio, Texas.
0112, Dan Reedy from Pearland, Texas.
113 is Mike Anderson from Muskogee, Oklahoma.
And
Thank
finally,
you.
a Torah second-generation pilot Patrick Hutchins from Bayou Vista, Houston, south of Houston, rather. And finally,
And my husband, flying our P-36, our Hawk 18, is Chris Walker from Palestine, Texas. Let's give them a round of applause. Fantastic. Our shows showcase our military forces. It's also an excellent opportunity to highlight the Midwest city, the airport, and of course, Tinker Air Force Base. It's a chance to promote community relations, which are so vital and important for continued success. But more than anything, it's a chance to give you a glimpse into the extraordinary capabilities of our nation's people and equipment. With our little history lesson here, Tora's purpose is to highlight the advancement of our military capabilities from 1940s to what you see here today with our modern military aircraft. December 7th, 1941 was a pivotal moment in world history. Europe had already been on fire for 2 years, and despite the best efforts of some incredibly sharp people, we did not have the most professional and powerful military. Because of that lack of planning and foresight and commitment, the sons and daughters of this nation paid a terrible price. We think that's worth remembering, and we hope you do too. Lest we forget, freedom is not free. The Tora sponsor group is a part of the Commemorative Air Force, an organization dedicated to preserve in flying condition one of every American military aircraft.
Yes, gorgeous
that served
planes,
the US
Easy.
during World War II. All of our team members are volunteers, and we love what we do.
God bless our troops and our
53
veterans.
years. We would love for you to follow us on social media and visit our website at
Thank you for the hearts.
for more information and our show schedule. Once again, a big salute and a thank you to all of you for letting us perform. We hope you enjoyed it, and we hope to be back soon. My name's Denise Walker.
My Bray Norton, and together we are
Tora, Tora, Tora. Back to you, Ellen.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for the hearts.
Big round of applause for Tora, Tora, Tora.
Ooh, look at that plane. Wait, did they spray paint it? They did. It looks like a spray paint. Like they just put a shape on it and spray painted it. It's pretty nice.
Yes, nothing like the smell of a grass fire in the middle of summer in Oklahoma.
Thank you for tuning in, guys.
Folks want to meet Kyle Franklin of Franklin's Flying Circus. He's down here walking the line just to the Ride of Show Center. Come down here and meet the man, the myth, the legend himself. And you too can learn to fly like Ben. Don't do that. Don't ever learn to fly like Ben.
Air access in the sky that you're
First you like gave him that boost of confidence, and then you're like, no, don't fly like him.
displays that you are able to get an
Sorry, Ben.
personal look at. I'm talking the B-52, the KC-135, the B-1. The list goes on and on and on. One of those aircraft you're actually able to get inside of is the 46. Take a look at the line. People hoping to get a glance inside of the KC-46.
Oh my goodness, if I got into that plane, I would probably be weak at the knees.
Take a look as Pi is here. Hey, how excited are you to get a look inside the KC-46?
It is great because I hadn't seen the displays, and I provided displays for quite a number of the aircraft.
Who wants to get into this plane? Press
So
1.
my first time here in Tinker was probably about 50 years
Press 2 if you do not.
Wow. And we've been to one previous show here, probably about 20 years ago, but otherwise, yeah, it's awesome seeing all the aircraft.
A lot's changed, hasn't it?
It has changed a lot, especially like when you look at the B-1 being out there now. I was more familiar with B-52s, and I was hoping to have seen the B-2, but that one is a little too risky.
I understand that, boys. Sorry.
I provided a lot of displays for F-16, so it's fun always seeing the pilots and doing their aerobatics.
Elias, we're happy to have you here, sir. Thanks so much for coming to the air show today.
Well, thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, this again, the KC-46 is just one of many static displays here at the Tinker Air Show that folks are getting a very up-close and personal look at. They're excited. We're excited. Day 2 of the air show. Yes, day 2 of the air show.
That is a really big plane. Oh, hi, little cutie.
She has competed in more than 20 aerobatic contests, and she's won 17.
What are we talking? All of that? Ukraine claims Russia launched the largest airstrikes and start a war.
Ladies and gentlemen, diving into the aerobatic box, Brent Lincoln and the Extra 330 SC. Straight up into the vertical. Hang on, here we go.
Look at all these.
She enters the inverted flat spin. This is a maneuver that at one time was considered unrecoverable. Once you were in, there was no way
Welcome,
out.
guys.
Today's advanced aerobatic aircraft, it's a very simple task. This is a purpose-built airplane, and it does that.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in on this Sunday day
The Extra
to watch this with me. And if you are new, please subscribe, comment, and like and share. And you're always welcome here. Thank you for the hearts. And if you do want to support me, it's always appreciated. You can on Patreon, which is the link for that is in my bio on my YouTube. But thank you. But thank you for the hearts.
This machine is a pump Lycoming AIO 580 engine producing 350 horsepower. Up to the top, spinning it around like a pancake, straight back down. That was an incredible.
And I pray that you guys are having a good weekend, and the weather is good for you.
Once again, she's going
whatever you do, stay safe.
Heavy G's throughout her routine. Watch, she goes tail over prop, ripping, flipping, and tumbling through the Oklahoma sky. Precision aerobatics is what it's all about for Brent Lincoln. You'll notice our aerobatic performers climb up into the vertical.
And don't be afraid to chat with me.
Some repositioning maneuver, a hammerhead. She flips over on her back this time. Now she's going to trade that altitude for airspeed back to show center. Point rolls on the upline. Turns off her smoke. She's just going to hang it out there. Stalling in the sky. Right back down beyond 90 degrees. She came here to tear up the Oklahoma skies. She's going to do just that with a 4-point hesitation roll. Multi-roll on the down line. Who wants to go for a ride with Brent Lincoln?
Not if he's one of those bear rolls.
Do not have a big breakfast prior to that.
Yep, nope, I'm good.
There's a hard pull. That's at least 7 G's into the upline.
Thank you for the hearts. God bless you.
Up, stalling out over the top. She's inverted. Now looking at nothing but Oklahoma terra firma and stepping on the down line one more time. what you heard her. She's going to do a triple avalanche loop. That's the traditional.
Thank you for
bar
the likes,
loop.
guys.
Once she brings it down to show center, she's going to pull up over the top. And
Oh,
she's
coffee
gonna
time.
aircraft over 3 times. 1, 2, and 3. I'm going to call that 3.5 for the triple avalanche loop. What do you think, Oklahoma City? But she's right back at it. No quit in Britt Lincoln. As she goes back into the vertical, you'll see that
That's a nice plane.
Performing kind of a half-pipe maneuver. That's where they go up, they're going to stall out, do the hammerhead, come back down, build up that airspeed, which gives them the energy for their next maneuver. Hesitation point rolls on the down line. When Britt's not flying aerobatics, she enjoys working on airplanes, flying in the backcountry of Montana, and scuba diving. Ladies and gentlemen, get those cameras ready. Britt Lincoln is going to reposition that extra 330 SC, bring it down the show line for a photo match.
Thank you for the hearts. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
From left to right, ladies and
The
gentlemen,
11 people that are in here, thank you for tuning in on this Sunday day. I do pray your weekend's been good.
And once again, Britt, I'd like to give a big thank you to Champion Aerospace. Champion Aerospace puts the spark in Britt's Extra 330 SC with their slick magnetos and spark plugs. Britt uses only the best in her aircraft. Champion is the industry's gold standard for reciprocating engines and piston ignition. And if you are interested in aerobatics and want to be part of an amazing community, please consider joining the International Aerobatic Club and go to www.iac.org to connect with pilots and enthusiasts. Once again, that's IAC.org. As Britt brings it back down the show line one last time. Ladies and gentlemen, just a few moments. I want you to be your absolute loudest. Britt Lincoln's going to bring her extra 330 SC right here, right next to Show Center, the command center for the United States Air Force Thunderbirds, which is affectionately known as Judy. That's the comm cart right there. You see the extra coming in right now. She's going to pop that canopy, and I want you guys to blow the roof off of Oklahoma. Spectacular aerobatic performance by Britt Lincoln. All right, Oklahoma City, make some noise for Britt Lincoln! Fantastic performance by Britt Lincoln, and now on takeoff roll, the T-28 Trojans of the Trojan Flyers. The Trojan Flyers are proud to be performing for you here today at the Tinker Air Show. The home field of the Trojans is Midway Airport, located in Middle
Doesn't
Texas,
take much to get those things off the ground.
just south of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. The pilots performing for you today are Chip Lamb in the lead aircraft and his wingman, Robert Johnson. Chip and Robert will be demonstrating the excellent performance and maneuverability of the North American T-28 Trojan. Chip Lamb, the lead demo, is a retired Air Force Reserve Colonel, an Air Force Academy graduate, and was assigned to Europe flying the F-4 Phantom II. 8 years of flying fighters overseas, he left the active duty Air Force in 1985 to fly F-16s with the 149th Fighter Wing in the Texas Air National Guard. He flew combat missions in the F-16 over Iraq during Operation Southern Watch. Robert Johnson, the wingman, grew up wanting to fly, which led him to his pilot certificate at a young age. When not flying air show, Robert's most rewarding flights are flying wounded veterans for Veterans Airlift Command and doing disaster relief flying for Operation Airdrop, including a recent deployment to North Carolina to support victims of Hurricane Helene. The Trojan Flyers wish to thank Trig Avionics for sponsoring the team. We fly with Trig transponders and radios that offer the best mix of quality features and value. These certified avionics are truly better by design and ideal for light general aircraft. The Trojan Flyers are also proud to support Operation Airdrop. Operation Airdrop is a disaster relief charity that uses volunteer aircraft and pilots to support communities in need these days immediately following a natural disaster.
Are you enjoying your time, guys?
Hush fell over the crowd as they waited for the... Ladies and gentlemen, over your right shoulder, Chip Lamb and Robert Johnson and the Trojan Flyers.
Thank you for the hearts.
First maneuver will be a formation crossing lazy 8 as they come across the airfield in the section formation.
Thank you for the hearts. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in, everybody, on this weekend. And if you are new, please subscribe, comment, and like. And don't forget to share. Thank you.
The Trojan Flyers own and operate two T-28B aircraft. Both have Wright Cyclone R8T-2086B 9-cylinder radial engines, rated at 1,425 horsepower. The fully aerobatic aircraft can take off in less than 800 feet and climb to 10,000 feet in less than 90 seconds. Race level above 335 miles per hour and dive faster than 380. In fact, the T-28 can outperform most World War II fighters at low altitude. The Trojan Flyers aircraft were used by the United States Navy as primary flight trainers. These aircraft were used to teach Navy and Marine aviators basic transition, formation, aerobatics, and instrument procedures and techniques. Watch the Trojan Flyers come in now for the split half cubit. Now you're going to see Trojan 1 and Trojan 2 split to your left and right. And they're going to come in for some individual maneuvers. Robert Johnson out to our left is bringing Trojan 2 down the show line for the aileron roll. Once again, folks, Kyle Franklin, Franklin's Flying Circus, is still walking the line down here at Show Center. If you want to meet him himself, make your way down here to the crowd line and you'll be able to meet Kyle Franklin. Now, as Robert Johnson peels out, Chip Lamb is going to bring Trojan 1 down the show line for the Immelman into the Split S. Washington brings the aircraft down low, pulls it up high into the sky. Into the invert, he'll roll back wings level. This is a combat fighter maneuver that is still used to train pilots. Coming in for the 6 o'clock position, or to our right is Show Center. Robert Johnson's going to show us the Air Show Classic Cuban 8. This comes about from an aerobatic competition in 1936. A man named Lynn Pubney was going to do an avalanche loop, which is a loop with a snap at the top. Came down low, pulled up, realized he was carrying a little bit too much speed about right here. He could not do the avalanche, so he decided he was just going to carry that through and mirror the maneuver on the other side. He knew there were going to be questions when he got back down to the ground, and Lynn was a quick-thinking man. He had done a little bit of work with the Cuban Air Force, so when he got back down, sure enough, they were like, what the heck was that? And he said, boys, that was the Cuban 8. And it's been an air show staple ever since. Here's Robert Johnson at Trojan 2 back to Show Center to complete the Cuban 8. Robert Johnson exits the box. Chip Lamb right back in for the barrel roll. You want to know the difference between the aileron roll, which he showed us first, and the barrel roll? You're about to find out. This is just like putting the wheels of the aircraft on the inside and rolling around the inside. Trojan 1 departs Trojan 2 back in for the 4-point hesitation roll.
Let's go gas station.
He'll go from wings level to knife edge, then invert, back to knife edge, then back to wings level. Robert Johnson and the hesitation roll. Keeping things rolling. Chip Lamb is back in for the slow roll. Now, what air show would be complete unless some warbird or vintage biplane came in, rumbling down the show line for a big Barnstormers loop? Robert Johnson coming down the show line to do just that. Tinker Air Force Base, here we go. Robert Johnson pulling up for the loop. Here's the hardest part of formation aerobatics. It's not the individual maneuvers, it's not flying in formation necessarily. It's the rejoin. Now right here, Robert Johnson's going to chase down Chip Lamb, and he's going to come down the show line in close trail the first time. They're going to match speed after the close trail and bring it back together for the formation loop. There's no brakes on an airplane, so if he's going too fast, he's just going to pass it. You have to match that speed, judge the closing rate. It is one of the hardest things to do in formation aerobatics. Now Robert Johnson's going to slide that T-28 back out on its wing. And they're going to come back to the show line this time for the formation loop. They have repositioned out to our right. Here come the Trojan Flyers for the formation loop. coming on the show line for the Formation Trail Roll.
So, this is awesome, guys. Thank you guys for joining me this weekend to watch this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you heard the man. Get those cameras ready as the Trojan Flyers reposition to come down for the photo pass.
If you are new, please subscribe. Make sure your notifications are on too, so you'll be notified when I go live or upload. And don't forget to comment and like and share, please.
All right, I'm going to see. What do you think of the Trojan Flyers? There may not be a better sounding aircraft anywhere in the world than the rumble of the Trojan. Still to come, the E-3 Sentry will be inbound here momentarily from right here at Tinker Air Force Base.
It's amazing how many people actually went to this.
The Trojan Flyers with the overhead brake to land. It seems like showing off, but it's actually not. That overhead brake allows the aircraft to get perfect 2-second spacing as they come across the top of the airfield. Now they are in the downwind. They'll turn base onto final and be perfectly spaced to land one right behind the other.
Don't be afraid to chat, guys.
flyers, a big wave as they come back to parking. They definitely can't see, or they can't hear you, but they can see you. So put your hands way up in the sky, give them a big wave. Coming overhead from right here at Tinker Air Force Base, Team Tinker's E3 Century, the AWACS. From the 552nd Air Control Wing, come by with a fast pass over 250 knots. They're going to do 3 passes for us, looks like. Today's crew from the 970th, the United States Air Force Reserve, Lieutenant Colonel Bradley King. Also from the 970th, Major Paul Smith. The rest of the crew, Captain Gregory Hudson and Tech Sergeant Andrew Parkin. The Boeing E3 Century is the airborne early warning and control aircraft developed by Boeing. E3s are commonly known as AWACS, which stands for Airborne Warning and Control System. This aircraft was built on the Boeing 707 airframe, just like the KC-135.
Beautiful sight here at the Tinker Air Show. Dan Hawkins, Senior Master Sergeant Caitlin Jones-Martin. Delighted to be joined by Colonel Ken Boyd. How are you, sir? The commander of the 552nd Air Control Wing.
I'm doing great. Right now we got the E3 flying by. You cannot get any better than that at an air show.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about
E3.
that beauty in the air that we've been watching. Like, that is majestic.
I mean, she is a wonderful aircraft. That is the E3 AWACS. She has been gracing the skies over Oklahoma City since 1976. She is a premier air battle management platform for the Department of Defense. If there's any kind of hot spot, anything where we're using air power, that's where we're going to see the men and women of the 552nd Control Wing. And look at her come by. I mean, you can see right on top of that, you have its primary sensor, the radar. She's got a lot of comm as well. But inside is where all the magic happens. That's where you have our awesome airmen and officers that do the battle management. So they'll make decisions for the Joint Force Commander in air power. You know, and we tell our airmen, and they wear it as a badge of honor, that you don't have air power without battle management command and control. And the men and women of the 552nd Air Control Wing, America's wing, they are the only wing that has mobile airborne, like Air She Goes, and ground-based command and control. It's a great wing to be in.
And it's like they know that you're here, sir. They're flying over right now. You got to play that at your change of command ceremony next week. They just completely photobombed your interview.
We'll take it. We'll take
it. You've got about 4,000 airmen right there over at the 552nd. Kind of what is your day-to-day life like as a commander over there? Kind of what are you guys doing here at Tinker?
So here at Tinker, we primarily focus on combat readiness training. So whether it be getting the jet airborne, making sure our maintainers are getting it ready to fly. We also have a ground-based mission where we're getting on the road, doing convoys, and learning how to operate in order to ensure that our aircrew are ready to go. So every day is some sort of training that we are doing. And then as of like right today, we have airmen that are deployed in 4 different commands. So our days are getting us ready to deploy, and then we also have airmen that are constantly deployed.
Yeah, and it's really unique because you also have partnerships with other commands doing training and providing ready and capable airmen out to other commands as well.
Absolutely. So we will work with, our partners here at Team Tinker. We're working with them all the time. I think you guys talked to my partner in crime, Colonel Gormley, a little bit ago. So he has the tanker wing here, and you know we couldn't do our job without the air refueling capacity. And on a normal day when we're not in combat, we're just training, making sure his operators can give gas to an aircraft like ours, and our operators can receive the gas. And then you look at, we'll go out to Luke Air Force Base, work with Air Education Training Command as they build new fighter pilots. We'll be back there giving them the command and control they need. All the way to we'll work with the Army units to make sure that we can do integrated air missile defense. So we're doing whatever we can. I got a team right now getting ready to go out to the Pacific to work with the Army on some of the islands to do some battle management command and control. It's amazing. I love being in this wing. We're everywhere.
That is so cool. You know, we're talking about the 552nd, part of Air Combat Command, and you don't really see Air Combat Command here at Tinker, primarily an AFMC installation. But when we're talking about Air Combat Command, a lot of people are thinking the fighter jets, right? And so maybe a less glamorous aircraft, if you will. But tell us the AWAC specifically. What makes this airplane so special?
I'm going to push back and just see me. That's big sexy right there.
Yeah.
Don't get any more glamorous than that.
It's true.
Walk right into that.
I know.
I will say, like, when folks ask what we do and where we are in the battlefield, and I like to make analogies just so we're not always talking about people dying. The first one I would do is a sports analogy. So if you look at a football team, your fighters are the quarterback, the running back, the wide receiver. They're out there, they're the ones that are getting the ball in play and scoring the touchdowns. The folks that are on the back of the E3, they're your offensive and defensive coordinators. They're the ones that are calling the play, make sure that we're adapting properly to whatever the adversary is giving us, or adapting properly to whatever we have. Or if you're hold on one second.
Just gonna sit and watch for a minute.
Oh, she's beautiful.
The hometown fave.
A gorgeous shot from our second audio visual spot.
She's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Now her good side, yeah. But yeah, if you don't want the sports analogy, just do a music analogy. You know, I would say the folks on the back of the E3 are more like your percussion of an orchestra. You know, the Combined Forces Air Component Commander is your conductor. You have a lot of individual talent, you know, the solo violinist or trumpet, that's your fighters and bombers. But the one that's keeping the heartbeat, the one that's keeping us where we need to be, that's the individuals on the back of the E3. That's what we do.
I love that.
That's pretty cool. And I wanted to transition a little bit.
Thank you for the hearts.
Obviously, we're honoring the Air and Space Warriors who get the mission done every day. Kind of curious how your Air Force journey started. What got Kim to joining the Air Force?
I needed to pay for college.
Fair.
I was going to be a civil engineer in the Air Force, and I was only going to do 4 years and go back to New York and work for the Department of Transportation.
Thank you guys so much for tuning in this weekend to watch this with me.
Air Battle Manager, and by ask, I mean they ordered me. And then I was actually learning how to do my job. I was getting my mission qualification evaluation on September 11th, 2000.
And if you are new, please subscribe to see more my videos.
Over the skies of Afghanistan. And when you
Comment,
can
like.
see what you do as a mission
Please
on
share.
the evening news right after you land, so you do an 18-hour mission, land, watch CNN, watch MSNBC, or watch Fox News, and there's your mission right there. And it's powerful. I was doing something that was way bigger than myself. So I had to stay in. I have about 10 different deployments across the Central Command or Southern Command. I've worked in the E3 AWACS. I've also worked in our ground-based control and reporting system and at the operational C2 at the Air Operations Center. So I've had a big career.
So you did a lot.
Fabulous. Once I became a commander, though, and I was able to take care of airmen, that right there is the best thing in the world. When you can actually look someone in the eye and say, hey, that promotion, that extra that you were looking for and you've been working for years, you got it. You know, that school slot that you wanted to do, that commissioning source that you wanted to go to, you got it. And being able to shake their hand and congratulate them on the job well done, there's nothing better. Or being able to send someone off to combat, and then when they come back with their families and say, welcome home for a job well done, it's just amazing. So I love being a commander, and I love being an air battle manager.
It really is. You know, doing the job is so much fun, but then when you're watching your airmen do the job for so many years, it's a special kind of pride. It's almost like watching your kids do the job. You know, you're so proud of them for everything that they do.
And I gotta tell you, the men and women of America's Wing are just absolutely phenomenal. It is an absolute treat. I've been in command for a little over 2 years right now, and I've loved every second of it. The Air Force tells me I'm going to have to give it up soon. Probably you might see a grown man cry when that happens, because this has been the highlight of my career, is being able to lead America's Wing and see these men and women do what they need to be able to do.
Amen.
I gotta tell you, I think Tinker loves you right back, because as Dan and I were leaving last night, I mean, it was 4:57, and there was still a line out the door of the AWACS of attendants to the air show waiting to get in and see that aircraft at the static display.
She said it wasn't like 3 people. Like, I was like, hey, they got to kind of close up shop.
Yeah, the gates are going to wrap it up, guys.
America's Wing was like, nope. We're going to show you this.
We love this community.
I pray your guys' weather's good.
I don't know of many places where you can see in the police
What's your guys' thoughts on these planes?
Your aircraft. And in Midwest City, the E3 is on Midwest City law enforcement badges. And that's just amazing. When you talk about a community that loves its military and loves to support the men and women that serve here at Tinker Air Force Base, the local Oklahoma City community, whether it be Midwest City, Del City, Oak City, Choctaw, Yukon, they are just amazing. And here she comes in for a landing. There's no better sight of seeing this. And the men and women around Midwest City and Del City have seen the E3 fly over since 1976. She's kind of the hometown hero right here.
Yeah, what another gorgeous shot. So majestic. You know, with a big dome on top. It's so majestic.
Gorgeous planes.
She is great.
Yeah, so, sir, obviously, as you get ready to move on, I guess, to NORAD, you told us a little bit ago. What would you say, maybe some of your proudest moments as the commander? I know you talked about promoting airmen and seeing them do well, but as a unit, what are you going to miss the most?
I'm going to miss watching this unit solve complex problems. Some of the best things you can do that I was able to do is say, hey, here's a unique issue that we need to solve for the nation. And if we don't solve it, nobody else will. And then watch our airmen, from our youngest, just joined the Air Force, all the way up to some of our individuals about ready to retire, just get in there, get their hand and solve the problem. So being able to tell folks, here's the left and right boundary, and let me get out of your way so you can solve it, and they just blow my mind. It is amazing to watch this team work. I love it every day. And that was probably what I'm going to miss the most.
Colonel Ken Boyd, the commander of the 552nd Air Control Wing, and we've been talking about STEM all day long, and that's a huge part, no doubt, in the mission that you guys do. Let's take a look at some more about STEM.
Oh, thank you for the hearts. God bless you.
Where to look, and that is pretty
Thank you.
Here, at the
I pray that you're enjoying your time
Tinker
here.
Air Show. Science, technology, engineering, and math is the key focus here. Kids getting involved in all of the action. I want to talk a little bit more about what this is, and I want to bring in Cliff Harden. You organized all of this. Tell me what your role is and what this STEM hangar is.
Absolutely, Clayton. Thank you so much for doing this. So I am the STEM Outreach Program Manager for the Air Force Sustainment Center here. Organize it, I was just small pieces. It's definitely a team effort because of all these vendors. These vendors are doing the work this weekend, and so it's a fantastic event. So yes, these kids get all the sorts of glory because they get to play with everything from aerospace to robotics, to first robotics, to drones, and then we get to little pieces.
There's the drone dog, the robot dog.
Chemistry, 3D printing.
Can I have one of those?
I mean, this is so cool. We've got a robot that's blowing bubbles, a robotic dog over here. This is really what...
Okay, can we like focus on the dog? Thank you.
The Air Force and really the DOD, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Oh, that is so awesome.
Definitely the next thing. AI is the next thing for sure.
I don't want to see everything else. I just want to see the dog.
To see how we incorporate robotics and 3D printing. We have here at Tinker, robotics is a huge deal because
you should have made that dog have a head. That was kind of creepy.
Parts and pieces for aircraft that are aging.
Is it so to be more stealthy?
Years old. We're having robotics create 3D parts and pieces for those things.
And real quick for the folks watching at
So
home,
amazing.
obviously they're not able to be here. How can I get my kid involved if I'm watching at home in STEM here in the Oklahoma area or beyond?
Absolutely.
What do you guys think about the robot dog and just all of this?
An engineer or scientist is in the STEM world, it falls under the aerospace umbrella. So kids can now get into career tech and or college, either way. If they want to be an aircraft mechanic, that's still STEM. If they want to do the traditional scientist or engineer, that's a way to do it as well too.
Good stuff. Cliff, want to thank you so much for joining us here today. Again, you're looking at the STEM hangar at Tinker Air Force Base. We're going to send things back to you at the desk.
Pretty nifty. Oh, look at that play. Piper P-18. Kyle Franklin Piper. Oh boys, how's everybody doing?
display shows there.
I'll be right back, guys. Stretch.
All right, Oklahoma City, make some noise for Kyle Franklin of Franklin Fine Circuit.
Wanting to tell you about something really special we're doing this year here at the Tinker Air Show. It's called the Honoring Those Who Serve display. Take a look behind me here. This year we have selected about 10 to 12 people that we are recognizing as heroes. Going above and beyond here at the Air Force, talking about local Rosie.
I'm here, guys.
Tinker's time, General Tinker himself, even Senior Master Sergeant Ratai Piazza. Now, you already recognize that name. We've named a gate after him here at Tinker. Folks can watch a video to learn more about each of these individuals that we have selected. We also have a pretty special spot over here, a corkboard where people can write who their heroes are and post them. We're talking dad, mom. Some people have chosen Jesus, other folks in their lives that are heroes. It's really something special that we're doing here at the Air Show this year. You may be at home, not being able to participate, that's okay. To learn more about the heroes that we selected, head to our YouTube page. We've created a playlist where you can learn about each of our heroes selected today. That's it here from STEM City. We'll send things back over.
Yeah, the Street Pilot's Transformation is where cadets learn the fundamentals of flight. A modern trainer with a historic name, honoring the legendary World War II era Texan. Leading the formation is the T-1 Jayhawk, a twin-engine jet used to train pilots destined for mobility, refueling, command and control aircraft from airlift to AWACS. This is the trainer for the strategic side of air power. The T-38C Talon, the aircraft that is not in our formation today, was the world's first supersonic jet trainer. The T-38 trains future fighter and bomber pilots, preparing them to command aircraft like the F-22 and the B-1 Lancer. As our formation comes overhead one more time, each one of these aircraft represents a path in the sky, mobility, strike, and support. These airmen who fly them embody the commitment, discipline, and excellence of the United States Air Force. From the prop-powered precision of the Texan II to the jet-fueled fury of the Talon and the global mission-ready Jayhawk, these are the wings that build the world's greatest pilots. launching air power from the ground up and into wild blue skies.
And by that, I mean we're going home. We're going back to the game. We're back.
You know what I think this air show's missing? Jet noise. We've had some heavy jets. We've had some fun with that. But how about some fighter jets? How about some historic fighter jets? Coming up next, we have...
While the outside of the aircraft paint facility looks like any other hangar at Tinker, let's show you. Inside, crews are working around the clock getting aircraft like this C-130 back in the sky.
It was one of the first processes for the maintenance part out here at Tinker.
Before paint is removed, crews protect the colors and mask areas on the aircraft sensitive to chemicals. Before you know it, paint just melts off.
This is a real crucial part of the maintenance process. Without us taking off the paint, you can't locate corrosion. You can't start the PDM process.
The same masking process begins once an aircraft is ready for a fresh coat of paint. From sanding to washing and sealing, every step ensures the aircraft is ready for a flawless finish.
The painters take a lot of pride in their jobs.
Jacob Drew has been just the man for the job, going on nearly...
I can be working on a C-130 today, but tomorrow I'll be on top of a B-1. The next day I might be on top of a B-2.
Technology has made life easier over the years.
It's been a really good job.
These moving aerial platforms, crews say, are a game changer.
We used to work off of
That's a really big
lift,
plane.
and that gets to be pretty interesting. When you're trying to paint or sand, these are a lot better to work off of for sure.
Churning out aircraft is all in a day's work for the painters here, but don't think for a second these capital A airmen lose sight of the mission behind the mask.
I have a family myself, and I have a lot of young boys, and I think that, you know, hey, this is different to help protect them, to get the warfighter out as fast as possible.
At Tinker Air Force Base, I'm Clayton Cummins. It is as serious as it looks. These defenders are among the first training in a new shoot house at Tinker Air Force Base.
Well, we're expected to have this job. No one's coming to say that, so it's very important that we take it seriously.
The project was spearheaded by Staff Sergeant Donovan Williams to help fellow defenders better prepare for high-risk, close-quarter battle situations.
And so we started coming up with how to do this. I made a design. I laid the blueprints out. We got an idea of how we were going to do it, and we saw that this was going to cost us a lot of money.
The project was made possible thanks to innovation funds competed for in a program known as Spark Tank.
Going into someone's houses or buildings, right? So we can train different domestic situations and we train hostage situations, suicidal ideations, active shooters. The list continues.
The shoot house has the capability and guarantee to keep defenders guessing. Rooms and walkways are easily reconfigured. Training can be held in complete darkness.
You can come into it one time and you have a T intersection or an X intersection, and now you come through and there's no hallway, or there's an L-shaped hallway that leads to a different room that you couldn't do the last time.
Designed to be a challenge, it's a challenge aimed at saving lives.
This is 100% a perishable skill. What I mean by that is if you don't practice it and you don't train it, it will go away. And you can't just jump into it one day and be like, oh, I'm ready to go. No, because that's going to be your life or someone else's that you end up giving up because you didn't prepare yourself mentally, physically, and you didn't train to be here.
At Tinker Air Force Base, I'm Clayton Cummins.
This is a jet that initially owned the skies over Southeast Asia, helped save the lives of U.S. warfighters, and indirectly created what we've all seen in the Top Gun movies. Yes, you heard that right, and I'll explain. The story you're about to hear about a secret program, part of the Defense Intelligence Agency, that was only declassified in 2013. Let me take you back to the early days of the Southeast Asian conflict. America's fighters barely outpaced the enemy with a kill ratio of 2-to-1. We lost 2 aircraft for every 1 we shot down. The Israelis acquired the MiG-17 and the MiG-21 in the mid-1960s. These were shared with the U.S. and tests in secret at Groom Lake, commonly known to the public as Area 51. On aeronautical maps, it's an exercise area marked with red ink. The Forbidden Zone became known as Red Square. These highly classified programs, known as Have Drill 17 and Have Donut for the MiG-21, work to learn and exploit the weakness of these very capable aircraft. The Air Force and Navy brought the best test fighters in the world and the aircraft to fly against the MiGs. They all lost their first engagement. Our best pilots and planes were just outclassed. However, the secret programs were eventually successful. We learned how to fight against the MiGs, how to exploit its weakness, and how to avoid its strengths. But we still had a problem. The programs were so secret that we couldn't openly pass the vital information and new tactics to our frontline pilots. The inability of the Navy to disseminate the results from this highly classified project to protect our pilots was part of the impetus to create the United States Navy Fighter Weapons School we all know today as Top Gun. By the end of the war, our air-to-air kill ratio grew from 2-to-1 to 14-to-1. Ladies and gentlemen, Fighter Jet Incorporated. Flying the lead, number 1611, America's premier jet demonstration pilot, Randy Ball, and then 1613. On the nose is Scott Kusikov. The MiG-17 is an improvised redesign of the famous Korean War era MiG-15. The swept wing design for the MiG-15 developed and captured World War II German engineering. Note the improvised wing sweep on the MiG-17. 45 degrees near the fuselage, changing to 42 degrees near the wingtips. Had the third wing to control the airflow of the swept wing design. And until the F-16 entered service, the MiG-17 was the tightest turning fighter in the world.
Huh.
Inbound now, ladies and gentlemen, Fighter Jets Incorporated and the MiG-17F. Ladies and gentlemen, direct your attention to Show Center. As Fighter Jets Incorporated repositioned to come down the show line once again. This jet was originally designed to intercept bombers flying straight level. The Soviet Union discovered in Vietnam that the MiG-17 is very capable against American fighters. It can maintain 8 times the force of gravity in a turn and attain a max speed of 715 miles per hour. That's just over Mach 1, and can climb at better than 14,000 feet per minute. Here they come down the show line. Randy Ball and Scott Kusikov. When production started in the 1950s, the VK-1F was one of the first production jet fighters in the world with an afterburner. The MiG-17 could carry bombs, rockets, or extra fuel tanks under its wings. And its lower nose, it carried some of the largest guns ever used in combat. Made famous by the Vietnam War, the MiG-17F was the primary enemy aircraft engaged by American forces, including its nemesis, the F-4 Phantom II.
Welcome, guys. If you are new here, please subscribe, comment, and like. And I pray that you're having a good weekend. Be right back.
Just heard a call for afterburners on as they come in from the left this time. Showing the impressive climb of this Vietnam-era jet. Once again, until the F-16 entered service, this was the tightest turning jet in the world. All right, ladies and gentlemen, get your cameras ready. This is going to be a very cool pass as they come by. I don't want to spoil it for you. Just look out there. Randy Ball in the lead, Scott Kuzikov in trail. This is Fighter Jets 8. Afterburner on. All right, Oklahoma City, what do you think of that? Okay. Incorporated would like to thank Goodyear Aviation Tires, Ball Ranch, 1873. 45 North Aviation, Red Star Aero Services in Mobile, Alabama, Air Wisconsin, Marathon, Norco Aerospace, Jetstream Aviation Products, Historic Aviation Memorial Museum at Tyler Pounds Airport, Aviation Insurance Agency by Duncan, Gentex Corporation, A&P Fast Track FAA Exam Preparation, AvFuel, and all the folks that helped it bring the MiG 17F to you. One more bonus pass by Randy Ball. I hope you enjoyed this opportunity to see Randy Ball and Scott Gusekoff with their two-ship fighter jet MiG-17 demo team. The jet that helped create Top Gun, influenced the Top Gun movie series, and more importantly,
welcome back here to the Tinker Air Show Day 2. You're just watching MiG-17s. Here in just a little bit, we'll also have the Wings of Blue jumping for the second time today from the U.S. Air Force Academy. We are so excited to be here for Day 2 in Midwest City once again for the Tinker Air Show. Joining us now, fresh off her performance, is a fourth-generation pilot and a recent U.S. Advanced National Aerobatic Champion, Miss Britt Lincoln. Britt, thanks so much for stopping to have
Thank you, ladies, for having me. This is phenomenal. It's such an honor to be here at Tinker.
Well, so you're a fourth-grade pilot. You took your first flight at just 5 days old, and it's safe to say that flying in aviation has been a
Hello, Marvin. How are you?
Yes, absolutely it does. I am a fourth-generation pilot, and that flight, which I don't remember, of course, was with my grandfather in
If you're new, please subscribe, Marvin, and thank you for joining.
Have that 180 today. I still fly him. His name is Tigger, and yeah, it's great. My grandfather and great-grandfather were both crop dusters in north central Montana, and he's who taught me how to fly.
That is so cool. So we talk about how important family is to you. So talk to me about what that conversation was like with your grandfather when you decided that you actually wanted to start flying for real.
Well, it's really funny. So one of my kind of hashtags or slogan lines is oily side up.
Okay.
And he used to always tell me, well, keep the oily side down, which is where that came from. And, you know, they've always been very supportive of everything that I've wanted to do in life, and this is no different. Obviously, they want me to be safe, and they're concerned about that. It is a #1 priority, but they've been fantastic and very, very supportive, and hopefully they're somewhat proud.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
We know that they're watching.
They are watching. They are watching. Hi, Grandpa and Grandma. Roger and Mabel Lincoln. They're watching from Montana. Hello.
Shout out to Montana everywhere. Montanans everywhere. We absolutely
thank
love
you.
guys, and thank you so much for joining us here on the live stream.
Okay.
And Britt is
Thank
incredible.
you.
I hope you guys also got to see her show earlier on the live stream. You see a lot
Yeah,
of high
don't forget to
energy, these
subscribe.
precision maneuvers. What is kind of going through your mind when you're up there doing a show, Britt?
You know, it's obviously very physically demanding, but I would say it's more of a mental challenge than anything, and it's really just, you know, we have a lot of wind here today. We had a pretty strong on-crowd wind, and it's really being aware of my position, where I am in the box in relation to the crowd, making sure, of course, I don't get too close with that on-crowd wind, and it's really just focusing on where I am, where I need to be next, and always kind of thinking like 2 maneuvers ahead and how I need to be repositioning or making adjustments, and it's a mental exercise for sure.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, when you do this for a competition, right? And you do this also as an air show season schedule, and then you're also trying to fit real life in there. How do you kind of do it all, Britt?
Sorry about that. How are you guys?
Well, welcome. I don't know. I guess I take it day by day. You know, air show flying and competition flying are quite a bit different. As you saw from my show, I do, you know, really give homage to my competition background with a lot of that, the precision stops. You know, and even though it is a show, I'm not being judged. I try my best to keep that position for the crowd and help keep it entertaining.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked so much about the next generation and that these air shows are so important for inspiring the next generation. And maybe for a little girl out in out here at the show or watching the live stream, maybe with her family, what advice do you want to give them? Because you truly are such a role model, someone that little girls can look up to and say, if you can do it, I can do it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's like anything in life. If it's something that you really want to do, I always tell people, set the goal and make a plan. You know, make a plan and set some milestones. It's something that I did for myself once I decided I wanted to do the competition and the air show stuff pretty seriously. And of course, there will be roadblocks along the way, and there will be some detractors, unfortunately. But, you know, surround yourself with
that makes you stronger and makes you want to push even harder
and support you and will support you to achieve your goals. And you really have to ignore the noise and the people who say you can't do it, and just keep pushing towards that goal.
I call those your motivators.
And prove
they're going to
yourself
motivate you to put them out.
that you can do it. And that doesn't, you know, whether that's flying or whatever else I believe that you want to do in life.
Representation is so important, and you know, a lot of young women and young girls don't know until they see a young woman do it in front of them. And I think it's important to note that you were the only female performer here this weekend at the Tinker Air Show. And when you won that advanced national championship, you were the first woman to do it in 30 years. Can you speak a little bit about what that moment was like for you?
It was, you know, it was pretty surreal. I really worked hard towards that goal, and I put in a lot of time and effort, and I got a lot of coaching. And you know, it's difficult sometimes when you're in the air and you're practicing and your coach on the radio and telling you every tiny little minor mistake that you're doing wrong. And you know, it can be a little bit frustrating, but just reminding yourself constantly that it's all you move towards that goal and to improve your skill and your mental game, your head game, and yeah, it was a phenomenal feeling. It was really an honor.
I'm so intrigued by this the competition aspect. Can you tell everybody watching on the live stream a little bit about what that looks like and how you get involved in that as a pilot?
Yes. If you are interested in aerobatics and you are interested in competition or even just being involved, check out the IAC.org. That's the International Aerobatic Club. It's a great group of people, lots of information, lots of great ways to network. And you know, the competition is really, we do some cool gyroscopic stuff here, some of the tumbles and things. That's more of air show stuff. The competition is really, it's all about precision. It's precise, exact lines, precise hard stops, and it's about controlling the aircraft and making it do exactly what you want it to do every single time.
I think we should also mention that you said you were flying in your tennis skirt.
Yes.
That is like true girl power. Pulling what, 9 Gs you said?
Yeah.
That is unbelievable.
It's
I'm
a
so
sport.
impressed. You're a total rock star.
It's shorts on a skirt. It's not that hard.
It truly is incredible. And I also want to mention, I should have kind of caveated, you're the only female civilian performer here. Of course, we have women performers on the Thunderbirds and performers here that are in the military that are women. All over, but I just wanted to caveat that as well. You know, getting into aerobatic flying, if my son is watching, that's not for you. Britt is not talking to you. But we are watching you. I think this is your aircraft right here, Britt. Tell us a little bit about that amazing machine.
Yes, it is. That is an X-30SC. It is German built, and all of the control surfaces, the wings are all carbon fiber. The fuselage is a steel tube and fabric. It's powered by a Lycoming 580 engine. She's producing about 340 horsepower, and I actually have a cool little box. It's called AcroWorks in the back that records all my data. I can get it after I fly, and so my roll rate in that airplane is up to about 420 degrees per second.
Oh my gosh, that's absolutely insane, Britt.
And
my goodness.
You mentioned that next for you is going to Hungary.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that and what that looks like.
Yes. So I am part of Team USA, the advanced team, and we are going to represent the United States at the World Advanced Aerobatic Championships in Hungary this September. So our team is preparing, we're training, and we will head to Hungary to on behalf of the United States.
Oh, we're so proud to have you representing us. Oh my goodness. You were just spectacular.
Thank you.
it really is just such a cool thing to watch, and such an honor to have you here, Brett. I did some light stalking with Britt this morning, I'm not gonna lie, and I was just so excited to be able to welcome you here to our desk. And I knew Megan was going to be a huge fan as well.
I'll fangirl over you.
Oh,
Thank you, ladies.
Where do you go to next, Britt? What's next for you?
We're actually leaving here. We're headed straight to Dubuque, Iowa for an air show in Dubuque on July 3rd. I am so honored and humbled to fly at Oshkosh.
Oh my
in July.
goodness.
So Oshkosh is next. Yeah, I'm very, very, very excited.
What?
Very honored. So, yeah.
That's awesome. And hopefully a little sometime in Montana in between, sometime there?
Montana might have to wait until after Worlds. There's a lot of practicing and preparation that has to happen, so.
All right. Well, I'm glad Roger and Mabel got to see you here. So, Britt Lincoln, thank you so much for joining us here today. And so many amazing civilian acts that are here in our air show community. And just a little over 2 months ago, we lost one of the greats. And Mr. Rob Holland was a true talent and was really just an incredible presence at every air show that he was a part of. And we just want to take a quick look to honor him here at Tinker.
Now a signature maneuver from MAHA. It is called the Nyvek.
Also known as Maverick. Actually, we're not related at all. It's just a coincidence. So Mav, Ice, how you been, guys?
You know, we've been fantastic. It's been great to be here in Oklahoma City.
So we have short cords. We usually have taller people.
Ouch.
What a target-rich environment it's been here today at Tinker. We absolutely love Tinker.
Thank you all for coming. The good thing about being this hot today is we sweat the whole movie, so it's part of the role.
You really do. We don't have any shirtless volleyball out here, but if you guys been having a good time.
We have been, you know, and the acts we've seen have taken our breath away. But we've noticed a few of you have lost it.
I hate it when that happens, Mav.
You never close your eyes anymore when I kiss your lips. There's no tenderness like before on your fingertips. You're trying hard not to show it, baby. But baby, baby, I know it. You've lost that love and feeling. Oh, that love and feeling. You've lost that love and feeling. Now it's gone, gone, gone. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And remember, don't let your ego write checks your body can't cash. Stay hydrated.
You're dangerous.
That's right, I am.
All right, now get off the Airbus, man. You're too dangerous for me. You can be mine. Get out of here, guys. It was a pleasure. You're going to meet the guys from Top Gun. Come down here to Show Center. They're going to formalize and get some pictures with these guys.
1 jet is upside down, and the 5 jet is upside down, and the 6 is nearing it. So it looks like they're touching, but they're not, and it's super duper cool to just watch them be aligned together. So it's just straight, and it looks like a whole mirror is just following one of the other. That's probably my favorite part.
My favorite maneuver is the Delta buck, the bottom up pass. That's the first time the Delta comes from the right to left, and it's the first time they join together, so it's all 6 jets flying together for the first time. And to me, it just culminates. It's
Yeah,
all of our hard work that
Martin.
130 people are doing that's coming together for the first time for the crowd. So the Delta buck is
I don't do the air, the sky. Yeah.
Please rise if able and remove your hats to honor America and those who support our freedom at home and abroad. And join the pride of Fort Sioux, the 77th Army Band, and the flag of our national anthem.
So I played softball in college. I played growing up. I played for about 31 years now. I quit playing in college, and then now I joined the United States Army, and I've actually had the privilege to continue playing for the Army. It's old people softball, what they call it, but it's still really competitive. It's still really fun. It's a great camaraderie, and I'm a firm believer that teams help make you a better leader when it comes to being in the Army. Yeah, this is a great experience. You know, just being able to, being afforded the opportunity because of softball, because I played for the Army, it makes it really great. It's really, really special to be a part of this.
And there they go! Jumpers are accelerating at speeds in excess of 120 miles per hour as they build their formation. All jumpers have now made it to the formation. If you observe just about a few thousand feet above, Captain Chad Zuckel is performing a tandem skydive with Chief Master Sergeant Christopher Gradell, Command Chief of the 72nd Air Base Wing, exercising the vast capabilities of your U.S. Air Force parachuting team. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Wings of Blue Bombers! At this time, all jumpers have successfully deployed their main parachutes. They will now perform a controllability check, ensuring the canopy is safe to fly, before setting up a precision landing in the target area before you.
They're brave to be doing this.
The Wings of Blue was founded in 1964 by a group of renegade cadet skydivers. We are proud to represent the United States Air Force at demonstrations such as this one. Each year, the Wings of Blue perform at more than 50 special events, displaying intricate aerial skills for more than 2 million spectators, jumping into events that include the College Football Playoff, the Orange Bowl, the Rose Bowl, and various air shows across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, our jumpers are low enough that they can hear you. Put your hands together for the Wings of Blue.
this?
Jumpers from Parker, Colorado with 701 jumps. Let's hear it for Cadet First Class.
Nothing much, Martin. I'm just watching this. How about you? How's your weekend going?
San Antonio, Texas with 714 jumps. Put your hands together for Cadet First Class Child. Let's make some noise from Singapore with 711 jumps. Give a warm Tinker welcome to Cadet First Class Avery Tan. Up next with 712 jumps from your very own Norman.
Oh, that's good, Martin.
Let's hear Cadet First Class Ace Fettersfield.
Don't forget to subscribe, guys, if you're new. Make sure your notifications are, comment, like, and share.
On his way in with 715 jumps from Lebanon, New Jersey. Get on your feet for Cadet First Class Carter Bestwood. Coming in hot from Omaha, Nebraska with 590 jumps. Let's make some noise for Technical Sergeant Nicholas Meyer.
Thank you guys for tuning in on this weekend.
Airmanship 490 is the basic freefall parachuting course taught by each and every member of the Wings of Blue. Our jump program is the only place in the world where your first jump is a completely solo freefall skydive. Students accomplish nearly 40 hours of ground training to prepare before they must stand in the door. Wings of Blue instructors award up to 700 jump wings each year.
I'll put my water in this.
In addition to the demonstration team here today, the other half of the Wings of Blue is the competition team. The competition team has 26 cadets who compete in two-way, four-way, six-way, accuracy, and canopy formation. The Wings of Blue competition team has dominated collegiate national skydiving championships for 35 consecutive years, making us the winningest collegiate parachute team in history. And to end the day, leading the tandem is Captain Chad Sutpool from Colorado Springs, Colorado, with 1,489 jumps. And a part of the tandem from your very own, let's hear it.
With the parachute,
Master Sergeant Christopher
it goes with the wind. Actually, these parachutes are different from the ones that I've seen.
Let's get one more round of applause for today's jumpers. To stay up to date with all things Wings of Blue, follow us on Instagram and Facebook. On behalf of Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan G. Locke Bogie, Commander of the 98th Flying Training Squadron, we hope you enjoyed today's demonstration. Thank you, and blue skies. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for the Wings of Blue!
That was a little bit of noise. You guys getting tired? We still got a lot more to go here. We still got Craig Gifford coming up, but there's something else too. I forgot what it is. Right now we have Craig Gifford taxiing out.
Do you have like a favorite plane that you've seen on here? A Marvin?
Show Center, if you want to meet the Trojan Flyers, Robert Johnson and Chip Lamb are down here right up front. Come down and meet these men inside those amazing machines. Ladies and gentlemen, to have your attention, 12-year-old Nathan. He's in a white shirt and black shorts. He should be next to a white Honda Civic carrying 2 chairs. Your mother is in the medical tent. Nathan, if you can hear me, go find the medical tent or find any member of the air show team, and they will take you to where your mother is. So Nathan, if you can hear me, find any member of the air show team or any member of our security forces team, and they will take you to your mother. Craig didn't know we were already going, but here we go. Craig Gifford climbing way up high.
Sorry guys, gotta stand. Stretch my legs.
He's performing here at Tinker for his first time this year. Craig brings his signature blend of power and precision to our show, flying his Stars and Stripes Stadtdocker S300 today. Craig will fly a high-energy version of his air show. He's been flying his entire life. He's over 5,000 hours in dozens of different types of aircraft. He's been a member of the U.S. Aerobatic team since 2011 and has traveled the globe to compete in World Aerobatic Championships. He has 6 medals from world competitions and over 20 gold, silver, and bronze medals from U.S. National Championship competition. Oklahoma City, take your eyes to the sky for Craig Gifford and the Stadtdocker S300.
Do you guys got a favorite plane that you've seen so far?
Follow the team as they pursue gold on their social media pages. Watch he rips and flips that aircraft through the sky.
Honestly, they're all really nice.
Going tail over prop in the upline. Just kind of hanging out. Originally from Texas, Craig now makes his home in the great state of Tennessee. Rolling on the down line back to show center. Coming knife edge, inverting back to knife edge, wings level, then does a fast roll back to the left. Climbing to the top of the tower, pushing the stick forward, going beyond G's. That's about 5 negative G's, throwing him out of the seat. To a hard pull at the bottom. rolling, ripping, flipping, and tumbling up into the slow roll, then the push over the top. Taking that Star-Spangled Stanacher S300 and just flipping it through the sky. What do you think of that, Oklahoma City? Slowly up over the top this time. Now watch that roll increase as he comes back towards show center. It looked really easy, but that is so much stress on the aircraft and their bodies as they come to the low part. Goes up to the top. Gonna hang it out for Charlie Hillard's torque roll. Tumbling on the upline, now once again, he's just gonna stop the aircraft in the sky. Flip it over on its back. Smoke on it, here we go.
It's the final day, and we're into the final hours here at the Tinker Air Force Show. And really, when you look at it, just the logistics of an event like this, it's a monumental lift of people, facilities, brain power, supplies, just so many moving parts, Megan.
No kidding. So much has been going on here. I was actually happy to come out on Friday and get to talk to Air Show Director and the commander of the 72nd Mission Support Group, Lieutenant Colonel Eric Kring. And also joining us here is Chris Moeller, who also had a hand in making this air show a huge success. Thank you both so much for stopping by. We know you're very busy.
Well, thank you for having us. We are super excited to see a year's worth of effort from a team of over 100 individuals come together like this, and so it has been a fantastic 2 days. We've got nothing but positive indications from the crowds, and just watching the air acts just keep flying, and it's been a good time.
You mentioned planning for more than a year or two. Talk a little bit about what goes into the planning of an air show of this capacity.
Okay, yeah, so we actually started about 2 years ago where we actually had to put in our initial request for our headliner acts. And we got the Thunderbirds, so it's the first time in over 7 years that the Thunderbirds have been here at Tinker Air Force Base. And then we start our meetings about a year out. We do them once a month, and so that's a lot of our initial planning. And then we'll hit ICAS, so the International Council of Air Shows, in December, prior to the air show, where we can go solicit for the rest of our air acts, and we got lots of different ones, such as the MV-22 Osprey from the Marines. So that's the first at Team Tinker. We were able to secure the Wings of Blue, which just recently jumped. We got C-17 demos, KC-46 demos, Team Vance. Yeah, we just had a lot of different opportunities, and we're so excited and so happy.
Mr. Moeller, tell me a little bit about what the role of the local community here in Oklahoma City plays.
Well, we have the privilege of giving our services, and we work with the City of Midwest City and the Midwest City Chamber of Commerce, and also the local Air and Space Forces Association, my company, Star Solutions. And we're able to help bring in a lot of assets and support the show. For example, this year we have 6 air acts that we help bring in. We brought in Kyle Franklin, a comedy air act. Brittany Lincoln, she flies an extra 330. She's a female aerobatic specialist. Craig Gifford, who actually is her boyfriend, and he's flying right now.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, so it's kind of fun to watch him while we're sitting here talking and everything. And but then in addition to that, Tora Tora Tora, this is a reenactment of the bombing of Pearl Harbor. So there's just so many of the T-28s, the Trojan Flyers. We brought them in for the first time this year, and there's just so many ways that the community steps up to support this air show. And especially Midwest City, because this Tinker Air Force Base was founded as a mission base, and that's what created the city of Midwest City, so that's why they're so involved. But it takes hundreds and hundreds of volunteers and thousands of hours to help bring together a show like this, because when you bring on 90, 95, 100,000 people onto your base, there's a lot of coordination to make that happen.
And it has been so special to see how the community has really turned out.
Thank you guys for tuning in and watching this with me.
What does that look like, and what kind of makes you say, yes, it was a success?
During the weekend. And I do pray you guys are having a good
we
weekend.
wanted a safe
Just stay safe wherever you
where
do.
we could open our gates. We could bring in our community partners that have
Wherever
been so
you go.
supportive of us here at Tinker
Stay
Air Force
hydrated
Base.
if it's hot,
And so
and
it's just
stay
an opportunity
dry
for
if
us
it's
to give
wet,
back to the community,
raining.
kind of demonstrate who we are, what we do for our nation here at Tinker, and then we just want people to have fun. And so we have so many different activities here. Actually, my family was just watching the drill team here about 20 minutes ago. And so I watched them earlier this morning. An absolutely fantastic performance. We got
I think Craig knew we were on the air. He wanted to get a little flyby there.
I think Craig was waving at us.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was so hard to focus with all that going on.
I was going to say, I love the sound of air power. So,
Air power.
we got Sun City, we have the military working dogs each day. We have the largest recruiting section that we've ever had at an air show here. So over 19,000 square feet, every single service represented.
Thank you guys so much for all the likes too.
VRs that we have over there. So I actually got to fly a F-35
If you haven't liked,
VR,
please like
going
and comment.
through
And if you are
Canyon,
new, please subscribe.
and able to
Make sure your
engage
notifications are
targets.
on
And
so
so
you
kinda
know when
like
I
the Top
go
Gun 2
live
movie
or
that
if I
had come out about
upload.
a year ago, and we actually have Maverick
And
and
please share.
Iceman here walking around too, doing pictures,
Thank
autographs, and so another fan favorite. So.
I think what I like seeing though, especially when we're down on the flight line, is you look on all these kids' faces, because these children, they just flock to the front and they're in awe, and you can see them. They're like taking pictures and videos, and I know that part of the whole purpose of this is creating that next generation in the aerospace, the aviation industry, many sectors, many of which will go into the governmental sector. So it's obviously a very big recruiting effort as well. But it's an educational. That's why we do work so hard. We actually, the Tinker empties out a hangar, and we fill it up with STEM activities. We've got about 25 different schools and colleges and universities, private organizations that are providing hands-on activities for the kids, and that's all free. And that's the other thing about this air show. The air show's free to attend, free to park, free to ride the shuttles. I mean,
It's huge.
it's huge.
It's huge, and watching all generations take part. It doesn't matter
Wait, this
if
is
you're,
free?
3 years old, 5 years old, or if you're, in your 60s or 70s. Whether it's your
I don't
first
have
air
to
show
get in
or
or
your
anything?
20th, it's like the looks on the faces are the same regardless. And the pride that everybody feels for this country, for all of our branches of military. I mean, I can't get enough of it. I could come back for day 3, day 4, day 5. It's been spectacular.
Megan, I'm only doing that if you can lower the temperature by about 30 degrees.
I wish. It is a little toasty out here, but we're still having a great
I always like to say, if you watch any major sporting event that has a flyover, everybody stops to watch the Jets. It doesn't matter how famous you are, what age you are, everybody is watching the Jets. So with that in mind, gentlemen, tell me what's in store for 2027.
Oh, imagine with the
Like I
equipment
said, so
we're doing.
it actually starts 2 years out, and so our public affairs committee just submitted the
probably why it
request for
keeps
a headliner,
buffering.
and so we won't find out what we get until the December beforehand at that International Council of Air Shows that I mentioned earlier, and we'll try to recruit as many more air acts as we can, and so we'll keep building upon the success that we had this year. But I can promise you one thing, that it'll be a fun time.
We turn the page on 2025. We already start working ahead to 2027. Is there anything that either of you would like to say to the community as we kind of round the last little bit of the 2025 air show? Of course, the Thunderbirds gearing up here in just a little bit.
Well, we know that there's going to be a lot of ways, because they're live streaming it right now, and I'm sure there's going to be lots of videos and photos and things, way you kind of recap it. I don't know, in addition to the people that are here on the flight line, there's another 50, 75,000 people outside the gates watching along 29th Street in Douglas, and lots of rooftop parties, backyard parties, parking lot parties. So many people are watching this show from a lot of different locations. And so it's an amazing endeavor. There's a lot of sense of pride. I've been doing this air show now since 2006. It's my 8th air show. So it's a wonderful thing.
Congratulations to you both on just such a fantastic, successful, safe weekend here at the Tinker Air Show. We are coming down to the final hour or so of the air show, but there's still more to come. Don't go away. The Tinker Air Show is on now.
I don't know. Yesterday we blew the roof off off this place. We're going to get another shot at it. We'll give it another go here in just a second. This is a crowd participation project. We need everybody involved. Including you guys.
At least it's a very beautiful day out there to be doing this. She said it was toasty too.
All right, redemption's in sight. That's what I'm talking about.
What's everybody doing?
Way to go, Oklahoma City! You guys down here getting pictures and autographs with Maverick and Iceman, be careful. Their shirts might come off now. Remember, guys, this is a family show.
Welcome, guys.
We're going to wave goodbye to Tour as they head back home to Texas and Muskogee.
Welcome back. We're about to close it down. I think we're done, guys.
Not ready to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. We didn't forget. No, we didn't forget anything, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, we're good. We're done. I'm ready to go. No? Okay. All right. I guess we still have one more to go. Our headline act, the United States Air Force Thunderbirds, America's Ambassadors in Blue, are about to start their show here in just a little bit.
Oh my gosh, so excited, so ready. And joining us now to talk all things Thunderbird is their senior enlisted leader, Chief Master Sergeant Ryan Smith. Welcome. I know this is, of course, a really busy time for you all.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Chiefs make up the top 1% of our Air Force, so if you're looking at being the 1% of the 1% of Americans who serve our country, and then throw being the chief of the Thunderbirds on top
No
of
wonder
that,
you're
Chief
warm,
Smith,
girl.
like,
Look what you're wearing.
You're basically the rarest
You
of
know
rare
that's a thick
chiefs.
suit.
So we're so honored that you can make time for us today.
Well, I appreciate that very generous introduction. It's an honor being chief, and even more so to be a part of such an elite team and represent the Thunderbirds.
So you're responsible for all the enlisted members on the team. What does that mean for your daily life, and what does that look like?
Yeah, so as a senior enlisted leader, my main role is to advise boss, our commander, on all enlisted matters. I focus on
Thank you guys for joining me this weekend.
Professional career development, and as well as just,
watching the
overall
Tinker Air Force
Chief,
show.
The Jets are getting ready here soon.
This is day 2.
I know that's a all-day endeavor that people don't really see all the behind the scenes. They actually got to see it as part of the Netflix documentary that just came out. Obviously, put some hype behind the team and really highlighted a lot of things that the public don't see every day. But what's a general day in the life like on the road with the Thunderbirds?
Yeah, so it depends on what the day is, but we'll just say, like, here we arrived on Thursday, and the work never really stops. So when our cargo plane arrives, we call it the Star, from the Star Lifter back in the day. But the team arrives, we have a huddle, and we'll start discussing the local area and the do's and don'ts of whatever location we're at. And then your maintenance team, normally our swing shift maintenance team, is going out to the aircraft that just landed, and they start preparing them for the next day, because we're already going to start practice on the next day on Friday.
After the live ends, please put down your comment what you thought of the show.
Setting up any interactions we're having in the public.
And what was your
One of our
favorite thing
parts,
about it?
of the job is to try to inspire the next generation. And then we also have
Any comment is
comm personnel, getting our comm trailer ready for the next day, and we have a whole cyber team that's getting the debrief room set up as well. So there's always something going on, and then it just rolls us into the next day where we continue to work on the aircraft, get them ready for however many practices we may have.
Tell us, you were obviously not born a chief or born a Thunderbird, so what was your kind of role in the Air Force before you came to the team?
Yeah, so I joined the Air Force in 2002. So funny story is that in 2001, I swore in at the Cleveland Air Show by none other than the Thunderbirds.
That's so cool.
So I was a young high school student at that time, but I joined the Air Force in 2002, and I followed in my brother's footsteps. My brother was already in the Air Force. He kind of paved the way for me. Shout out to him. He's also a chief.
Oh, cool.
Thank you. Yeah, and then I joined, and I'm F-16 avionics by trade, so I've been working on these aircraft since 2002.
So Dan, ask your question then.
No, I was just going to say, what a full circle moment. I'm still way back at 2001 Cleveland Air Show. Like, that's so just super cool. I mean, because in 2001, you're not thinking about joining the Thunderbirds.
No, it never even crossed my mind. At that time, I don't think I knew what my career in the Air Force was going to be yet. The opportunity came in to start being an aircraft mechanic, and I've loved it ever since. It's been a great 23 years so far.
I'm joking with Dan because usually he's asking people what their favorite jet is or what their favorite aircraft is, and so I'm thinking yours has to be the F-16.
You betcha, especially the red, white, and blue one.
I'm sure a lot of folks at home are wondering, do you ever get used to the way the public reacts to the Thunderbirds?
It never gets old, right?
I know that's how we feel.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, the sneak passes, that all the noise, and but really just any of the maneuvers where the people are just in awe, have an opportunity to take a picture of the aircraft. Really, those red, white, and blue jets, yeah, they represent the Air Force's team, but really, we hope that they represent America as a whole, and that's what they're enjoying.
And when they're up in the air, what is going through their mind? What is kind of their their mind space, if you will, of just how they're feeling,
Staying in
what
the
they're doing.
airspace
You know, they have a
and
big
landing.
job to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those pilots, every pilot that qualifies for the Thunderbirds has at least 750 combat hours, hours in a fighter aircraft. And they're all instructor pilots in the normal Air Force first before they can qualify for Thunderbirds. So they're all extremely skilled, but this is just a different type of flying. Demonstration flying is very different. If you talk to them, they'll let you know that a lot of times, the biggest adjustment is turning off their survival instinct, because it's not very often you fly 18 inches away from another aircraft, right? So that is a huge adjustment for them. But once they are able to figure that out, and lots of training, we go through. As soon as the show season ends, we're swapping out 3 pilots in demonstration, and training begins immediately. So it's a lot of flying and a lot of trust. If you've heard, our motto on the team is blind trust. So it's a lot of trust in one another as teammates that allows us to do this demonstration.
Yeah, so I was curious too, like, I know you kind of, when you apply to be with the Thunderbirds, there's kind of an eyes wide open approach to it, like you probably did a little bit of research, but I'm curious about that after you get selected and then you begin and join the team. Is there something that you were like an aha moment, like after the selection part, when you're actually here with the Thunderbirds? What was maybe your aha moment?
You know, it's every day, Dan. Our facility back in Nellis Air Force Base, it's the oldest hangar on that base, built about 1956.
Oh my goodness.
We take a lot of pride in that hangar. So it starts there with our members when they first become a member of the Thunderbirds. And we have a program called Patch. It's our Patch program, and it's a program where and they actually have to earn this patch before they can wear the uniform. But it's learning our history, learning everything of what the Thunderbird, what it takes to be a Thunderbird, and then they earn that patch. And then, but every day, boss reminds us, like, we should be earning this patch every day for all the members that wore it. There's about 2,600 people ever that have been a Thunderbird in the United States Air Force. So we're always here to represent them since 1953. The aha moment is every day. Hearing that roar and watching them fly, it never gets old.
It really is a fraternity. It's a brotherhood. It's a sisterhood. And I can tell you, having known Thunderbirds past and present, I know Thunderbirds that still play on fantasy football teams 10 and 15 years later after they were off the team. So you truly just stay a team from then on out. Tell us about that patch, and tell us about, you know, trying to walk through an air show with that uniform on. How easy is that?
We get stopped a lot for pictures and autographs. Love it. I welcome them more. I would love to share our story as much as we can. And with any story, any air show that we perform, if we can inspire one person to reach their dreams, try to be a part of something bigger than themselves, then we've accomplished our mission.
Yeah, talk a little bit about the Thunderbirds and their role as a recruitment effort, if you will, for the military, inspiring the next generation of potential Air Force pilots.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was actually a prior recruiter as well in the Air Force, and I talked about back in 2002, like at being at an air show and seeing what it is. You see something that like I might want to be, right. But a part of this job when we go out into the public, and we usually on Fridays we go to school visits, whether it's colleges, high schools, middle schools, and again we just try to share our story. It's not always about recruiting; it's a big aspect of it, but we can get that glimmer of hope, that little bit of inspiration. We're always here to share our story. There's a lot of benefits that go on in the Air Force. It's not just about the Thunderbird. There's all kinds of career fields throughout the Air Force, and it's a great opportunity for someone that's looking for something to do, something bigger.
Something to be a part of.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about how the team is really a small microcosm of the Air Force as a whole. So, yeah, you have the fighter pilots. Yeah, they're the ones that we see do the show, and it's really cool. But you also have, is it 130 different career fields that are represented within the team? Tell us a little bit about the makeup of the team.
Yeah, so we have approximately 130 members, about 31 different careers.
There we go.
Yeah, so...
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah,
On my back.
Welcome, guys.
On the officer side, 1 through 8 are all pilots. Number 9 is our flight surgeon.
Thank you for joining me this weekend to watch the
we also have an IDMT, individual
Tinker
medical
Air
tech as
Show.
well, helping out the flight surgeon. Number 10, she's our executive officer. She's more on the personnel side. Then on the side, we also have personnelists as well. Training manager, we have a resource advisor, finances. And then number 11, our maintenance team.
So she's our maintenance officer. Maintenance team, all kinds of career fields, from sheet metal to avionics, E&E, electrical, environmental, egress system, fuels. I'm missing out some. There's a lot of career fields.
We love you all.
Yeah,
We love you all.
absolutely. Then number 12, our public affairs. We have a. Then we also have One Charlie. It's Air Force or airspace like resource advisor. So they're keeping up with all the pilots training. We have comm. We have people that work on our computers, cyber, all kinds of career fields. Sorry, team, if I missed one out.
Oh, you're getting it. You're getting it later on today, Chief.
So we've got, folks that are gathering here. I don't know if everyone on the live stream can hear this or not, but the engines have been turned on. The ground ops are ongoing right now. Talk a little bit about what happens before the Thunderbirds go up.
Yeah, sure. So right now, every aircraft 1 through 6, they're getting started up. They're talking to their crew chiefs, and they're going through a bunch of different system checks, whether it's radios, flight controls. They're checking their brakes. And the crew chiefs are walking around the aircraft looking for any fuel leaks or hydraulic leaks that might be a problem. So they could address them right now on the spot, or if one of the aircraft is not deemed flyable, we actually have 2 spare aircraft in our leopard land, and that's what we call it. And then we have a maintenance team over there ready to autopilot if necessary, put them in new aircraft.
I want to talk, and I want to give love to the maintenance and the maintainers as well, because we can actually flip these aircraft. Is it in 72 hours and make them combat ready?
Yeah, so in about 72 hours we can make them combat capable again. Probably minus the paint scheme, but they still be combat capable. So we have what you'll see in the sky when the smoke is coming out the back. We have a 51-gallon smoke drum that's actually in place of the gun drum. So the gun is removed out of the aircraft. We put a smoke drum in there.
That's what it is?
And, we have an oil drum, and we have about 7 gallons worth of piping that goes to the back of the aircraft as well. Then some other components that are removed out of the aircraft that aren't needed for our flights, but we can install them again and make them combat capable 72 hours.
Yeah, so if for some reason we need these F-16s back in the fleet, we can just make that happen, and that's through the power, really, of our amazing maintainers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so we know it's almost time for showtime, so we definitely appreciate you stopping by. Do you have a favorite memory, trip on the road, or anything like that so far from your time?
It's Tinker, Dan. Of course it's Tinker. It's this weekend, right?
It's being here with us right now.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
They answered for you.
We slipped in $5 too.
Okay, so besides right now,
Thank you.
What would be your favorite memory?
It's tough to pick a favorite. It's actually my second time with the
Ooh,
team.
that was a lot of smoke.
I was previously with the team, 26 to 18. I was here at the last time the Thunderbirds were here in 2017. But if I were to pick a favorite, I'm going to have to go my hometown, Cleveland, over the lake.
All right.
Because it's a hometown. Every show is great. Tinker has been an amazing show. We love being here.
See, we keep it real on this show.
Here we go.
So what was that like going back to Cleveland and doing the Cleveland Air Show where you actually enlisted at that full circle moment? My goodness.
Yeah, it was a great feeling. It was absolutely amazing being able to bring my family there and seeing it from a different aspect.
I think they're gonna get ready to fly, guys.
One more time.
Very cool. Oh my gosh. And there they go.
I think that's our cue, Caitlin.
Yeah, I think so. We're going to watch America's Ambassadors in Blue. Take it away.
Thank you guys so much for tuning in and just spending the weekend watching this with me. If you are new, please subscribe. Make sure your notifications are on so you'll know when I upload or go live. And please comment like underneath my videos. And don't forget to share. And if you want to support me, you can on Patreon. My link is on my YouTube in my bio. Always appreciated. But God bless you guys. And thank you for the likes on this video. I do pray you have a wonderful rest of the day. Just stay safe. If it's hot, stay hydrated. If it is raining, stay dry. But let's watch the end of this.
We are the warriors of the 21st century, a noble symbol of freedom and a tireless pursuit of excellence, an everlasting legacy of pride, precision, and professionalism of all airmen of the United States Air Force. Since 1953, we have been...
All right, OKC, let me hear you get loud for Thunderbirds! All right, you can do better than that. Let me hear you get loud for the Thunderbirds! Woo! I'm Major Brandon Maxson, Thunderbird 8, the team advanced pilot and narrator from Ontario, California. Yeah, it's great to be here at Tinker Air Force Base, and today I want to tell you about the Thunderbird mission. A demonstration of the teamwork, dedication, and professionalism that mirrors that of your Air Force, active duty, Guard, and Reserve personnel deployed around the globe. Right now, the pilots are completing some pre-flight checks at the end of the runway, and once they're ready, they'll take to the skies. Hang tight while we get ready to fire on up.
Those messages do go through. I'll message you later. Thank you for letting me know, though. This is going to end soon. This is pretty much the last bit of the show. But thank you everyone who is supporting me or has supported me on Patreon. It means a lot. So thank you. No matter the amount, it's always appreciated. But thank you for joining me this weekend to watch this show. It's actually amazing what they do. And pray, keep our troops and our veterans and even our K9s in your prayers. And if you are new here, please subscribe so you know when and make sure your notifications are on so you know when I upload or go live. And please comment under any of my videos or underneath this one and tell me what you thought about the show. I did another one yesterday. This is day 2. And please like, comment, and don't forget to share. Always appreciate it, guys. And you can always support me. It's always appreciated. The link for that is in my bio on YouTube. But please stay safe today and enjoy the rest of your day. If it's really hot out, please stay hydrated. If it is raining out, please stay dry. Thank you, guys.
And now, OKC stand tall as America's ambassadors in blue open with a tribute to the greatest nation on earth, America's own, your 2025.
I think this man loves his job too much.
Air Force Air Demonstration Squadron from Nellis Air Force Base in Las Vegas, Nevada.
I'm just saying.
Led by Colonel Nathan Malafa and known to all the world.
All these planes are amazing. That's what that's a gas tank. Thank you guys for liking this video also. If you haven't, please do. God bless every one of you. Oh, and keep our president in your prayers too. Imagine how hot it is.
In 1954, the first solo
Yeah, I'll get to your message, Kate.
And in 1962, the opposing solos added.
Thank you for your support.
Solo pilots Thunderbird 5 and 6 as they open with the ever-inspiring crossover.
There's a lot of it. This show is free. I thought you had to pay to get in. Let's invent. Pretty awesome.
Thunderbird fans, have your cameras ready for a picture of formation flying at its finest as the diamond is approaching from the right at a mere 18 inches apart from wingtip to canopy for your 2025 Diamond Pass in Review. Now watch from your left, that's Thunderbird 5 displays the historic Thunderbird emblem on the bottom of his aircraft with the knife edge pass. The original Thunderbird Diamond
That's
was
a
led
beautiful
by Major
plane.
Dick Catledge with twin captains Buck and Bill Patillo as wingmen and Captain Rob Kanaga as a slot pilot. Now look back to your left as the current Thunderbird Diamond maintains precise formation position in the Diamond Row.
Ooh, they are really high.
As we fly for you today, we are proud to represent America's Air Force. We are the most lethal Air Force on the planet. Now look back to your right and find Thunderbirds 5 and 6 teamed up this time to create a mirror image in their trademark.
Wow.
Calypso
Sorry.
Pass. Ladies and gentlemen, the Diamond is approaching from over your left shoulder in the tight echelon formation. Watch as 1 becomes 4 with the echelon pass in review. Surprise, Oklahoma! That was Thunderbird 6 sneaking up on you with the sound of freedom. And now, from your left, watch as their lead solo maintains level flight while performing the challenging slow roll.
Welcome, guys.
Inbound from the right, Major Shoal will demonstrate the extraordinary roll performance of the F-16 with 4 consecutive aileron rolls at low altitude. The Diamond is now approaching from the right. This is a rare opportunity to go inside the cockpit of Thunderbird 1 as Colonel Nathan Malafa calls for the 4 Diamond pilots to perform simultaneous aileron rolls in close formation. from your left, Major Shoal, inbound for Show Center at a closing speed of over 1,000 miles per hour. Before passing, they'll bank sharply, narrowly avoiding each other for the opposing knife edge pass. Approaching from ahead and to your left, the Thunderbirds are in the challenging trail formation, with each wingman flying just a few feet from the aircraft in front of them. On command, watch as they smoothly transition back to the Thunderbird Diamond. Our two solo pilots, similar to road, have once again positioned themselves on opposite ends of the show line to cross that show center for the inverted pass. Difficult maneuver, maybe even more challenging, since Thunderbird 5 is approaching an upside down. Ladies and gentlemen, look back to your right. It's the Diamonds. Gear down, flaps down. Above them in hot pursuit, look for smoke.
There you go, Kay.
County closing in on the Diamond at over 500 miles per hour. Watch as he maneuvers his F-16 to intercept and overtake the Diamond directly in front of you. All the maneuvers you're watching today are in tight formation and at low altitude. They require the same level of concentration and discipline that every Air Force pilot must employ. Whether flying combat missions over hostile territory or flying its torch of humanitarian efforts in adverse conditions. Now watch as Thunderbird 5 completes his rejoin with the diamond to perform the low bomb burst.
It's amazing how they can do this as planes.
Major Jeff Downey, Thunderbird 5, with one more surprise as he approached supersonic speeds. And while supersonic speeds are critical in chasing down the enemy, slow speed handling is just as important in aerial combat. Now, from the right, find Major Shoal. Low and slow.
Oh, that's a nice plane. Oh, that's how it does that. That's how it balances it out.
Watch as Thunderbird 5 rejoins with the diamond to the right as this familiar formation approaches to perform the 5-card loop. Now, from your left, Major Shoal will demonstrate the exceptional climb performance of the F-16 as she climbs 3 miles straight up. Ladies and gentlemen, the Thunderbirds would like to dedicate this next pass, a sideways heart, to all the families here today, whose loved ones are deployed around the globe in the defense of our freedoms. Now watch as Major Shoal, Thunderbird 6, step raw power and tight turn performance of the F-16 with a maximum performance turn, followed by a half human 8.
Oh, you went to this? That is amazing. Oh. The show is truly amazing what they can do. Actually, let me put.
As our two solo pilots, Thunderbirds 5 and 6, rejoin with the Diamond.
Oh yes, they're amazing what they do.
Take a moment to honor a local fallen warrior. Airman First Class, Letitia Richardson.
There was a lot of people
Medical
there.
technician assigned
I
to
actually
72nd
streamed it
Medical
yesterday too.
Air Force Base. Passed away April 19th, 1995, when she was at the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building during the Oklahoma City bombing. A1C Richardson Levy was obtaining a social security card when a bomb exploded, tragically killing 167 other people. She paid the ultimate price, and we fly today in honor of Letitia and all those who lost their lives 30 years ago in the OKC bombing.
Oh, I bet. I'm happy you had a good time there. If you're new here too, please subscribe. Make sure your notifications are on so you know when I go live or upload.
Colonel Malafa will now
Thank you guys so much for joining me.
Time to watch the precision required to maneuver 6 F-16s as one formation. Let that serve as a reminder of not just the teamwork, but also the dedication and commitment.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they said that. They do it every year.
States Air Force, the most capable and credible
Now
force
to
on the planet.
September, I think he said, or they said, they have shows.
As the Delta soars above,
Did you talk to any of the pilots there when you went?
16,000 airmen who are deployed around the world. Firemen, guardians, soldiers, sailors, coasties, and Marines risk their lives every day to fight for democracy. It is the families that stay behind who are the silent heroes of our military. Their sacrifices do not go unrecognized. And we thank every mom, dad, husband, wife, son, and daughter who support their deployed military member each day while they fight to keep our country the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Oh, okay. Well. Well.
Now, from your right, watch the formation of 6 F-16s precisely maneuvered, showcasing teamwork.
Oh, it was that hot? I pray he's okay. I'm glad you two are okay. Yeah, when it gets so hot, and on top of that, there's a lot of people there, so that just adds on to the heat. It's like, of course, the planes are probably also not helping. But it would have been amazing to be there to watch it. Recording it's one thing, but actually being there and experiencing it, because they also said that it's free to get in, like you didn't have to pay. And most events you typically have to pay to get in. So.
The Delta repositions for the Delta Burst. The flying skill and grace you see evolves from over 72 years of technical training and thousands of hours of practice and employment. Every airman who wears the Thunderbird uniform is a military member first, highly trained in a professional Air Force skill. As Airmen First, Thunderbirds use years of on-the-job training to provide consistent, incredible global vigilance, global reach, and global power, giving a critical edge to today's joint warfighting and coalition teams.
Some of these tricks that these pilots did, oh my goodness. The barrel roll, that's crazy.
Airmen always, faithfully and professionally, representing their brothers and sisters.
And being able to
providing unrivaled air,
not crash on that,
and cyber dominance around the globe.
I would get lightheaded. There's no way to do that.
Approaching from directly in front, your 2025 Thunderbirds and the inspirational Delta Burst.
Oh, I would love to actually attend something like this. It's definitely a beautiful, amazing show.
Our solo pilots are approaching for their final high-speed head-on pass. As they cross that show center, watch for them to climb sharply, then reverse course in a split-S maneuver to cross again with the knife edge pass. Let's go inside the cockpit and listen as they execute this breathtaking maneuver.
This guy that's talking, he really loves his job. I think he's trying too hard. I thought they almost crashed for a minute. Oh my goodness. You guys can quit on that. You're too close, okay? That was a close call. Now you're just pushing it.
Ladies and gentlemen, no other maneuver is more closely associated with the Thunderbirds than the one you are about to see. Look to your left as the diamond approaches for the high bomb burst.
Oh yes, that's actually pretty cool. It's their helmets, right? Oh, their mask that they have over there. It's pretty nifty. Pretty nifty. That's awesome. I just think you're brave anyways to be getting up in the air like that. But they go through a lot of training. A lot. I think you said 48 hours of training? Maybe more than that. Of course, a lot of the people are leaving now. Shift's not even over, guys. You believe? What's wrong with you? That was a lot of people. But I do want to thank everybody who came, tuned in, and watched this during the weekend with me. Thank you so much. And thank you for liking the video and just chatting with me. If you are new, please subscribe. Make sure your notifications are on to know when I go live or upload. And comment underneath any of the videos of mine. Let me know what you want to see. Or just comment something if it's about the video itself. But comment, like, and please share. And if you want to support me, You can on Patreon. The link is in my bio on YouTube. Any amount's appreciated. Oh, that's awesome. I do pray that you have a blissful rest of the day. Stay hydrated if it's hot out and you're out. Or stay dry if it's really raining. I don't know how your guys' weather is right now, but just stay safe. And keep our troops and our veterans in your prayers, and keep Trump in your prayers too.
As your Thunderbirds prepare to land,
I don't know if they're gonna do it again tomorrow.
It's inspirational. It is a culmination of hundreds of hours of training and preparation, representing the unparalleled devotion to duty of every combat airman in your Air Force.
I recorded it yesterday and today.
To dream big, choose integrity, to serve their communities and families, and to surround themselves with excellence.
Oh yeah. Well, stay hydrated. Don't need heat stroke.
As our F-16s come to land, we'd like to thank you for your continued support of the United
That
States
is a
military
nice
and
plane.
Air Force.
I like how it
It's been
looks.
a great honor to represent America's Airmen with our performance today. The Thunderbird officers and
thank you guys so much
are
for
planning on coming forward to sign some autographs.
watching this with
About the
me.
great opportunity
It's
that
amazing what
exists
they
in today's Air
do,
Force.
how many hours
This
they
will
gotta
take
put
place
into
along
it,
the
the
Crown Line at Ship
dedication,
Center, near
the
our communications
bravery.
trailer Judy. We hope you'll stick around. Give us the
I would
opportunity
not be
to
in the
meet
air
you,
like that,
sign some autographs, take some selfies.
I have
and
a
let
lot
us
of
answer any
respect for our
questions you may
troops,
have about
our
serving this
soldiers.
great nation. Please visit us at airforce.com.
America's ambassadors in blue, the Thunderbirds, hitting the deck here.
And there is a mascot. What? Is that a fish?
Chief, you're back. I love it. Colonel Harris, he's back. The commander of the 72nd Air
Is that supposed to be a fish?
Gentlemen, great weekend, huh?
Hey, absolutely was. And I'll
No,
tell
it's
you,
not. That looks like a lizard.
Last year to the Middle East.
Where did I get a fish from?
Whenever I go on deployment.
Why is he in a lizard costume?
Because you truly never understand what it means to lead this
Halloween's
country.
not around.
But I did it
Not
last
even
year,
near.
wearing this uniform and served for 365 days during the Gaza conflict as well. And I'll tell you,
Yeah.
the war that comes
At first I was
back
like, that
is
looks like a
this time
fish.
watching
Nope,
this
that's a
transparent
lizard.
making us pride in our country. And
I
also,
wanna
man,
say
this is
bearded
what
dragon. That's what it looks
I wanna say thank
like.
you to everybody watching.
It looks like a bearded
those of us in
dragon.
Uniform, the reason why we do what we do is to serve this great country. And when you see the Thunderbirds that are flying today,
That's
and just the
exactly what it
thunder
looks
that
like.
they bring as they cross the skies, it's a reminder to all of us as Americans just what a great country we live in.
Amen.
And just that we have the greatest military in the world.
Amen.
And Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, and Space Force, we all operate as one overseas. But I'll tell you,
Yeah,
we are so happy
I know.
to come back to the US of A.
He just
And
came
I'll
out of
tell you,
nowhere,
this
okay?
is a capstone
He hasn't
for the
appeared
people
at
of
all till
Oklahoma.
now.
I'll tell you, this is
That's
just
probably what he's
one
been
word I would
doing
say is
then.
pride. So thank you for having us. Thank you for all of you that are watching a nation. Thank you for all of us wearing this uniform.
And thank
We
you
cannot
guys
do
for
what we
tuning
do if we do
in.
it because of
And
you.
I will
Thank you.
I mean,
be going to the
ready
pool
to rip
soon.
this right now.
So,
I did want to take a moment. This is
That's
CNN's
gonna be
Caitlin
fun.
James Martin
A pool day
final
again.
broadcast as an active duty service member. Caitlin,
stay tuned for that.
I'm choked up, but thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Colonel Harris. Thank you, Chief. Please.
Oh,
thank
yes,
the
for
Second
sure.
Air Base Wing for just an amazing show. I know the logistics,
But
the volunteers.
he only
you
has
know,
the
we're talking
head
about
on.
every
I don't
year,
think
so
he
we
has.
thank you.
No.
The guys out there that are checking
No,
down,
he has
checking
the whole
IDs,
suit on because I saw his hands.
Walking up and down this tarmac all day. Absolutely incredible participation from everybody.
Yeah, those things are hot.
So kudos
And you
to
can't
for
really
that long
breathe
thing.
in them.
Thank you so much. There was thousands of volunteers only on this base.
I don't know why they make them so
That
thick.
speaks to Midwest City, Oklahoma City, and Dale City. how we were able to come together. 2 years of planning and put this show in action.
Why
And as you can
did
see,
you guys
it's
not
flawless.
make like a
Saturday and Sunday, crowds
Tinker
are departing,
type,
but a lot of
I
happy
don't know,
kids seeing Thunderbirds and meeting
mascot?
and just
Or a plain
enjoying everything
mascot or
we had. So just A+ effort all around. We'll make sure we get it out to everybody. Thank you so much.
Yep, and speaking of Midwest City and Oklahoma City, we gotta send Megan Gold back out in tomorrow.
Tomorrow morning, 4 a.m. We'll be live on News 9.
It's gonna come quick, Megan.
It is. So very this morning if you're watching. A lot of caffeine. Hopefully get a good night's sleep.
I can imagine how hot
To work at News 9.
the cameras are.
News station that puts so much
Probably why it
pride
keeps
into
buffering.
carrying this broadcast to all of our viewers at home.
But
So
overall,
proud to be in Oklahoma. So proud to
this
work
is
at News 9,
amazing.
So proud to be in the United States.
Thank you so much for an amazing weekend.
But thank you guys so much. But yeah, subscribe, make sure your notifications are on to know when I upload or go live. Comment any of the videos. Let me know what you think. Feedback, suggestions. You can support me like I said on Patreon. The link is in my bio on YouTube. Well, I don't even know what to, oh, there's 249, no, 250 now. They're an hour, no, my time's off. But thank you guys so much for tuning in and chatting with me, and thank you for liking the video, this live stream, not video. And I do pray you guys stay safe and have a blissful rest of the day. But thank you guys for chatting. Adventure, thank you for coming in and just chatting with me. And I'm glad you went and had a good time, and I'm happy you and your friend are safe. Always keep our troops in your prayers, our soldiers and our president. Oh, it was amazing. I would love to attend it maybe next year. It's amazing how many hours these guys put in, the dedication that they. You can tell they love what they do. Me, on the other hand, I want to stay on the ground. I don't do skies. Not my cup of tea. But for anybody who's brave enough to do that, I salute you, okay? It's amazing. But thank you, Adventure, for coming by and chatting. And I will see you guys again on my next live. God bless our troops. And God bless our president. Yeah. Alright, guys. Everybody have a blissful day, and I will catch you later. Bye, Adventure. And thank you for tuning in. It's amazing what they do. Waiting for it to end. Thank you guys for tuning in. Subscribe, like, and comment. But thank you. And I will see you again on my next live. Thanks for the love and the support, guys. God bless.